Ladies and gentlemen, this is Rebecca Rios.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Here I am again, live from São Paulo, Brazil, for the last day of this wonderful experience that has been Cambridge Day 2021. I'm Rebecca Rios, your host, and it's a great pleasure to spend my afternoon with amazing speakers and teachers from all over Brazil and countries all over the world. And this year, the event is even more special as it is the celebration of Cambridge Day's 20th anniversary. Before we get started, we have a bit of housekeeping to attend to. For attending our Cambridge Day event, you'll be entitled to receive a certificate of attendance for your professional development. You will be able to download upon a completion of a short survey telling us your views on the sessions you attended. A link to it will be shared at the end of the day. We would love for you to join us during the whole afternoon. But if you cannot attend all the sessions, don't worry about it. The recordings for each session will be available through the same link on YouTube. The day after the sessions have taken place, they will go on the Cambridge Day 2021 playlist at the Cambridge Brazil YouTube channel. So you can revisit those key points and remind yourself of anything that's escaped your brain since the session. We would also like to thank our partners who have contributed to Ação da Cidadania. I'd like to thank at Dizal, Lírica and Jaime, at SBS São Paulo, Ronaldo and Rafael, at SBS Rio de Janeiro, Luciana Campos, at Martins Fontes, Fran and Alexandre, from a página, Adriana, and from Dell Books, ACE Exams and ACE Language Solutions, Paulo and Cláudia, and finally at ACF Distribuidora, Fernando. Thank you all for being a part of this event. For the past 2 days, we've celebrated in great style the past 20 years of success, from themes ranging from assessment, bilingual education, to mental well-being, adapting to new scenarios, and digital teaching. Let's see what's on the agenda today. So now at 2 o'clock, we'll have a talk with Matt Larson-Daw about sustainable education. Then at 3 o'clock, we'll have a panel with John Aid and Paul Drury about life competencies and creativity. At 3:30, our famous Cambridge tour. You can't miss where we're going today. At 4 o'clock, we'll have a talk with Andrei Haukovsky about emotional development. I'll get his name right until the end of the day. And then at 5 o'clock, we'll have a talk with Flor McLennan about approaching active learning. Then at 6 o'clock, we'll have a chat with Ação da Cidadania, the institution we are helping in this event. And then to close off our event at 6:15, we'll have Hayo Reinders talking about the future of digital learning. And during the past 20 years, Cambridge Day has also had a social focus, helping institutions, and this year is no different. We've been going through a world pandemic, and millions of people are in need of your help. This year, all the donations will go to the Ação da Cidadania institution. Every £1 donated is equivalent to 1 meal, and you can donate through the QR code that's on the screen right now. There you go. Don't forget about our trivia quiz that's worth a chance to win a prize in our Spin to Win segment. And today, we'll also select people that have been interacting with us in the chat box during the event to participate on our Spin to Win wheel. I wonder what prizes will come out today. To start our segment, The Education Show, today is Matt Larson-Daw and his talk on education for sustainable planet. Welcome to the Education Show, Mark. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you, Rebecca. It's fantastic to be here. A real honor. Happy 20th birthday.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Matt, you are the education manager at WWF UK, right?
That's right.
And
Yes.
I was
Yeah.
wondering, what exactly do you do?
Well, not every office across the WWF Global Network has an education team, but about 60 of us do. And that's because education is a really, really important part of what we do to try and create a future where nature and people can thrive together. Because it isn't just about nature, it is also about what people do and the way they behave.
Fantastic. So I can't wait to hear what you have to share with us today. So I'll leave you to it. Have a great talk, Matt.
Thank you so much. So, hi everyone. Really, as I said, a huge pleasure and a great honor to be here today. I'm going to take you through a few different things today, but I wanted to start by, well, first introducing myself, which Rebecca's already done. But just so you're aware, WWF, the Worldwide Fund for Nature, is the world's leading independent conservation organization. And our mission is, as I mentioned, to create a world where people and nature can thrive together. So why am I opening a schools festival, which is probably had quite a big focus on educational techniques in the classroom or education policy. But I'm going to talk about the environment, but I'm going to talk about the environment and how it relates to teachers and to schools. And the reason that's going to be my focus today is because it really does matter to teachers. It really does matter to schools. And that's not just because it matters to everyone. We all need a healthy planet to live on. It's because it matters to education, especially because of the role that schools can play in society and in the world. So there's been schools for more than 500 years of human history in some form or other. But of course, they haven't always taught the same things in the same way. They've always responded to the knowledge of the time and the restrictions of the time, and of course, the needs of society at the time. And that's because a school is meant to serve a purpose. It's meant to prepare young people to live in the world. And that's living in the world as it is and how it will be. So if we want to teach young people to be able to go out into the world and be a part of it, we need to teach them about the world as it is, and we need to teach them about the challenges that they are going to face along with the rest of humanity. And right now, there is no bigger need that society has than the need to address the existential threats faced by the climate crisis and by our relationship with nature, or rather our broken relationship with nature. So today I'm going to say a little bit about the state of the world, just to give a bit of context, really. But I'm going to say a bit more about why that matters to you as educators, and a lot more about why you matter to the world. And hopefully I'll leave you with some inspiration for how we as educators can play a really important role in shaping that sustainable future that we all want, and also leave you with a sense of what your next steps might be to start making some of those changes. Because ultimately, I truly believe that no one can do more to save the world than educators. So no pressure there. So to introduce, first of all, this is a time of change. This 2020 was originally meant to be a super year for the planet. But unfortunately, along came COVID, and a lot of the big international decision-making events that our leaders were going to attend were cancelled. And so now it's become a bit of a sort of super-ish 2021. Some of the events that were planned for 2020 are happening this year. Others will happen over the next year. And so things are going to change as a result of some of these really big, important events, because the crisis has now been recognized. We know that we do need to do something to address climate change and something to protect our future. So as educators of any subject, we need to be aware of that context, just as we have been, no doubt, over the last year and a bit of the pandemic. We've had to think about what COVID means for our students and what it means for the way that we teach in schools. And the climate crisis was there before COVID, and it's still there as we hopefully start to look at coming out of the other side. And the other thing that I'm going to mention a few times during this presentation is eco-anxiety, which is called different things by different people, but really it just means being anxious, having mental health issues as a result of seeing the situation that we're currently in. I'm aware that some of the things that I'll talk about today are a little bit bleak. And if you perhaps don't connect too much to the environmental conversation, some of the statistics might be a little bit shocking. So that will hopefully remind you that those kinds of things also have to be dealt with by the students that we teach when we introduce these topics. But I will hopefully leave you with a sense of hope for the future. So please do hang in there. Don't leave the stream because you feel it's all too helpless, because if you stay, I'll hopefully show you how we can start coming out of the other side. So to give you a little bit of that context to start with, I come from WWF, the Wildlife Organization, and one of the biggest things that we do is to bring out the Living Planet Report. And we bring it out every 2 years, and it looks at the state of our living planet. So really it looks at the world as a living system, as a body, really, as a living body, a living animal that depends on all of its parts to be healthy. And we would depend on it being healthy because we live as part of that system ourselves. So the planet is one living system. And if you can understand the symptoms of some of the problems that it faces, just like with our bodies, we can hopefully take medicine, make changes, and fix those problems. However, a change in one place has a knock-on effect to everything else, and a problem in one place has a knock-on effect to everything else. So you no doubt teach, if you're a geography teacher or a science teacher, you probably talk about ecosystems or biomes, and the living planet is one of the subjects that you'll deal with. But of course, it's relevant to all of us. It's relevant to all subjects because it is the world in which we live. And if we sometimes forget that it is living, if we sometimes forget that even the parts that are very much human dominated, like cities, are actually still part of this living system, then we start to look at the world in a different way. And what we know from the Living Planet report in 2020, which was the last time we brought one out, is that we are facing a real problem with the natural world. Nature is declining. Populations of wildlife have decreased on average by 68% since 1970. So that's not 68% of species lost, that's the size of wildlife populations on average. And the Living Planet report uses the Living Planet Index, which looks at thousands of different species. And it chooses those species because they are what's called indicator species, which means that if we can see they are declining, we know that there's problems in the ecosystem as a whole. Other species will also be having problems, even if we are not studying them and we can't tell exactly what that impact is right now. We also know from this, the findings of this report, that humans are the cause of this loss of biodiversity. We're overfishing the oceans, we're over-farming the land, we're using pesticides that damage the wildlife, we're polluting with plastics and with chemicals, we're causing climate change with all the fossil fuels that we're burning, and we are wasting a huge amount of food that we're using natural resources to create. We also know that we can't carry on like this. We need nature, and if we're damaging nature, we're damaging our life support system. If we end up with a world that is less wild, we end up with a world where it is less comfortable for us, where there are less opportunities, and where our health and well-being is very difficult to maintain. But last of all, and I said I would be occasionally bringing in messages of hope, we also know that we can restore nature. We know that if we understand the problems, if we understand the causes of the damage to the natural world that's being caused by humans, that means that we can take that knowledge and we can change things. And that's a really important part of the Living Planet report. It's not just a way of saying that we're doomed. It's a way of saying that we can and we must act to change the way that we live at the moment. So why does this matter? Well, we need to bend the curve. We need to stop that 68% loss since 1970 from getting worse and worse. And we actually need to not only stop losing the wild, losing nature, we actually need to start bending the curve back. Because if we stop now, we're already using more natural resources each year than the planet supplies. And we will still have problems in the years to come. We actually need to bring nature back. And so this strange time that we're in at the moment is a time where humans have more impact on the planet than anything else, anything natural, anything geological. So we're at a pivotal moment in the history of our species, but also the planet. That's sometimes called by scientists the Anthropocene. It's just a kind of a theoretical term. It's not necessarily something that is acknowledged in geology, but they're talking about the age of humans, which is what Anthropocene means in Greek, as a geological epoch, as something which is so great that the conditions on planet Earth are being changed and will change because of humans. But what's reflected by that name, the age of humans, is the fact that humans, as the biggest impact on the planet, are also the ones that hold the power. And if we make the right decisions this year, next year, and in the years to come, we can shape the world how we think it should be. And of course, in some ways, that means shaping it back to the way that it was before we changed things. So human activity is already changing every part of our planet. And students need to be aware that we're at this point, whether they know it as the Anthropocene or whether they just understand the issues. This is a pivotal moment in human history and in the history of our planet that they are growing up in, that they are living through. And of course, if they understand the challenge, then they can rise to it. And what has happened so far is in the past and therefore cannot be changed. However, what happens next is up to us. And your students will be the ones driving the action and the change that happens next. So hopefully, off the back of this talk, you'll understand the importance of having students and young people going out into the world who feel the potential for positive development, for positive action, as well as understanding the challenges that we face. And Greta Thunberg, the famous youth activist, said in one of her famous UN speeches, change is coming whether you like it or not. And that's the really key point here. The way we live now cannot continue. So the way that society looks in any country in the world is not how it will look. It's not how it can look in a few years' time. And so if we're preparing students for the world as it is now, we're not actually doing our jobs as educators, as I described at the beginning, where we're actually preparing them to be able to go out into the world and succeed and to change it and to be a positive part of society, because it will look different. And we need changes to take place in the next 8 years if we are to avoid a catastrophic decline in our health of our planet. And so these changes are happening in the next decade, when students will be finishing their education and going out and getting their first job. So the job market will look different, the world will look different, life at home will look different, and they need to be prepared for that. And we know that young people are not helpless. They are already stepping up. They're already taking platforms where they're not offered and using their voices to call for the changes that they can see are needed. So we're in good hands with them. But we need to support them to be able to maximize their potential. And their role in shaping the future is huge. And of course, that means that their energy would actually be better spent preparing to play that role, to look at the ways that they can actually really make those changes in the future and the ways that they can shape society and what they need to change about the world to be able to protect our future, rather than just having to emphasize how bad the problems are to adults who are doing nothing. So of course, there's a big part of this which is about decision makers stepping up and actually taking action and showing young people that they take their futures seriously. So I don't think that we are past the point of needing young people to be taken to the streets to get the attention of decision makers, but hopefully we can also start working with young people to prepare them to be a positive force for good in the future. So education provides opportunities to prepare young people for their future, and that means equipping them to be part of the solution, but also to make decisions that are good for them, decisions about their own lives, that they make in an informed way to ensure that they are successful, that they can have a happy and positive future with good mental health, good physical health, and being financially stable. And so as educators, we have to be time travelers a little bit at the moment because things are changing so fast. We have to understand ourselves how the world is changing and how it needs to change so that we are preparing young people for the world that they will face when they leave school, and not necessarily the world that we grew up in or the world as it is right now. So, put very shortly, our duty is therefore to equip our students to do two things. One, drive a positive future, actually go out there and change the world. But of course, that's a very unfair expectation on young people who didn't cause these problems. And so it's not just about that. It's also about thinking about how we can make sure that they can thrive. It's recognizing that by preparing them to be part of the solution, we can also ensure that they have those opportunities, that as new jobs come up to try and make these changes that are needed in society, that they understand why they're important. They understand that they are the future and they have the skills and the values needed to take those jobs so that they can actually be extremely successful and take advantage of the opportunities that are coming. So we do need to understand, we do need young people to understand the reality of the environmental crisis, but also to be thinking constructively about what happens on the other side of it. And so they need to understand that it's happening around them. And so that's part of our role as educators, to think about how what we teach in the classroom and the way we teach it can reflect reality. We need to make sure that when we teach these topics, these subjects, when we bring them in to our subject teaching, that we make it relevant to them. And we need to make sure that they understand that role that they can play in the future. So I mentioned eco-anxiety at the beginning. I wanted to just spend a couple of minutes just specifically on that, because as educators, we ourselves might feel daunted. We might feel anxious ourselves about the challenge that lies ahead and about these issues that we face that threaten our future as well as that of our students. We may ourselves be worried about that future. We may have children of our own. We might just be thinking about what might happen in the next 20 years. And we therefore might actually feel unable to support young people in dealing with the anxiety and uncertainty that they might feel. We might think, well, we don't have the answers, and we actually feel this ourselves. So what I wanted to reassure you about was that you don't have to know all the answers. You don't have to have the solutions ready to present to your young people when they voice these concerns. But there are a few principles that you can follow, a few things that you can bear in mind as you approach teaching climate or teaching the environmental crisis, which will help ensure that young people have this positive view of the future out the other end of it. So the way I sum this up is when you're talking about the crisis, the environmental crisis, don't just talk about it, hear it. It's an acronym, hopefully to make this easy to remember. So the H is hope. And I've said it a few times already, and I'm going to say it again. We need to ensure that when we talk about these things, we don't just talk about the scale of the problem. We talk about what hope there is that we're going to solve these problems. And there's lots that you can say about that. The world is waking up, decision makers are waking up. We have the scientific solutions, we have the technologies needed. And so the path to change is kind of already open to us, and walking down it is just what we have to do next. And if we get that right, we can ensure that students are left caring about these issues and caring about their role, but not despairing. And secondly, we need to think about empathy. We need to consider the particular circumstances that our students are in. So the circumstances that all of your students are in by being citizens of your country, but also their individual circumstances. Some students might be more prone to anxiety than others, may have mental health challenges, or some may have parents who are actually in the fossil fuel business or in aviation, or the students or their parents might be meat eaters for their own reasons, of course, most are. So it's important that we don't focus on individual responsibility or blame. One of the things that WWF discovered in the Living Planet report, for example, was that the way that humans, and this is looking at humans across the whole planet, are having the biggest impact is through food production. And so our diets make a huge difference. And if we all ate less meat, if less meat was produced around the world, it would be a lot easier to solve some of these problems, and some of these situations would not be as bad as they are. But that shouldn't translate to judgment on people who are currently eating meat, living as they do in the system, and brought up as they were. It's not about individual responsibility, and certainly not at this stage. And the A is for action. So as has become really clear, there are lots of things that we can talk to students about that they can do now, or that they can look at doing in the future. And that's one of the best ways to make hope feel grounded in reality, to make it feel like there is actually a cause for hope, when you can see the impact of actions that you take right now, and you know that there are things that you'll be able to do in the future. So if you are teaching purely academically some of the subjects that lead to an understanding of the climate crisis, its causes, its solutions, it's really important that you also talk to students about what their role might be, what they can do now, and what they can do in the future. And there's loads of resources from WWF and other organizations to help you do that, just to kind of add into your lessons or add into your school discussions and events. And then the last one, which I flashed up briefly there by accident, is relevance. The issues can seem really far off because they are global, and therefore actions that you can suggest might seem irrelevant. So it's really important that you drive home that this affects everyone, and everyone therefore has a role to play. But the role that they play should be something that is within their context, something which they can influence. And COP is coming up this year. The Climate Change Conference, the Conference of Parties, which is COP26. I'll say a little bit more about it later, is coming up this year. That's one of the global events that was moved from last year. That's something which is happening, which is relevant to everyone. It's world leaders from all around the world coming together to talk about climate change. That's happening in the real world. So that's something which you can talk about, and it's real life, and it's something which they'll see on the news. And thinking about their future, thinking about their career choices, if you're working with a slightly older age group, is a way to make these things really relevant to them. And then the last point I wanted to make in terms of just principles to take into school life when thinking about these things is nature, the importance of letting nature play a role in this. Let nature teach. Nature is sometimes called the greatest teacher, and I think us as educators might take umbrage at that. But it's true that just by spending time in nature, with its richness and its complexity, you learn a lot about the natural world, about interconnections, and also about the senses and yourself and the way that you react in different ways. So encouraging a connection to nature is one of the most important things we can do at this time, because a lot of the problems that are being caused are coming from a disconnect with nature. It's people doing things that have an impact on the natural world, but they don't see that impact, they don't understand that impact, or they don't understand why that impact is important. And if they spent more time in nature, if they understood how nature works practically by seeing it with their own eyes, they would see the impact, they would understand the impact that things can have, and they would also know what nature needs when it needs fixing. And schools can act as real levelers. Some young people might be getting less access to nature than others at home, simply because they don't have safe green spaces to play in, or because their parents are less enthusiastic about spending time outside and doing things outside. But everyone spends time at school, and if things happen there and opportunities happen there, school trips, time outside, lessons outside, that gives them an opportunity to have those experiences and to share them with friends, which really helps embed them as well. And spending time experiencing nature with all of our senses is vital to everything that I've described about what we should try and get across as educators, including eco-anxiety. Spending time amongst nature, listening to the sound of wind in trees, seeing green, seeing natural green colors, and feeling natural textures, breathing in the air that has just been purified by trees. All of these things actually boost our physical health and actually improve our mental health as well. And that's not just because being in nature is nice and it's relaxing, it has a scientifically proven impact on our brains. So we know that if we can encourage and enable young people to spend time outside, we're actually helping them to deal with anxiety and to deal with stress, which is obviously very important given the things that we're talking about. And it can also help young people understand what we mean when we talk about sustainability and balance, because that's how nature operates. And you can see it. If you see an ecosystem at work, if you see the changing patterns of nature through the seasons, then you actually start to understand those things even without being taught them. And by building up a love and understanding of nature, we also prepare young people to be the next champions for nature and the planet. And that is never more important than now. So they gain a love for nature. They also hopefully gain the desire to protect it. And they also gain the understanding of what actions can damage the natural world and therefore what they can do to help it. And if you are looking to try and spend more time outside with your students and you want it to be educationally valuable, there are lots of tools and resources out there. WWF has some, other organizations do as well. The one I want to plug, because I helped develop this app, is the Seek by iNaturalist app. It's a free app. It's on Android and Apple, and I can't recommend it highly enough for teachers. If you download this today, you can start using it straight away. And what happens is you just point the camera through the app at anything living, including your dog or your cat, but preferably something outside, a leaf or a bug or a bird, and the app will tell you what it is. And if it can't quite tell you what it is because you're a little bit too far away, or it's something that's very similar to other things that look the same, it will tell you at least what genus it's in. So if you're a science teacher, this is a great way of starting to get students to think about classification and genus and order and phylum and so on. Now, why this is really fantastic is because you as a teacher, again, might not feel like you're an expert. And if you have your students outside exploring a natural environment, a nature reserve, or just your school grounds, and they have questions about what they find, you might feel worried that you won't be able to answer them because you're not a naturalist. Well, you don't need to be. If you have this app, you'll be able to explore with them. You'll have the tool that you need to be able to actually get the answers to those questions, to then take those back in the classroom to study or to discuss as a class. So you can find out what and how many species you have in a green space, how they're connected, why something might be there at one time of the year but not another, and all of those kinds of things start to become really easy. It's also fantastic because it's a citizen science app. You can actually upload your observations. So the photos you take when you take an observation, you can upload those to iNaturalist, which is the website that sits behind it. And that's actually data that scientists use to study the natural world. So you can actually help if you find something unusual, or if you just want to do a study of your school ground, then this makes that real. It connects it to real science and to the sort of global picture of biodiversity. And if you want to take this kind of understanding of your local living system to the next level, then it's really great to connect it to the global environment, the global living system that I mentioned at the start. Local nature experiences are really, really important. That's what makes nature real. That's where you can feel it, you can touch it, you can build up a connection with it. But also it's important that they understand that those connections and those interrelations and that system as a whole is something which the planet has as well. So I really recommend Our Planet, which is a series that WWF helped develop with Netflix. And I feel very comfortable recommending it because although you can see the Netflix logo in the bottom there, it's available for free on YouTube. So it's a really great resource for teachers. It's 8 40-minute episodes, 40 to 50 minutes each. And the first one is just all about the things I've been talking about, the state of our planet, how we've got to where we are and how it's all connected, looking at different biomes around the planet. And then they have 7 different episodes about 7 different biomes, which also looks at the role they play in keeping the whole living system running. So a really fantastic resource. And there's also a website called ourplanet.com where you'll find some more bite-sized videos, about 3-4 minutes long, that you can take into the classroom, that dives into some of the key issues like the importance of biodiversity, or the different ways that the grassland or the Arctic actually contributes to keeping the whole planet healthy. So please do dive into those resources. I developed the education resources, the education program around the Our Planet series, and you can find all of those resources on ourplanet.com. So I was going to, this always feels like a slightly mean thing to say. Lots of schools are doing some great work on the plastic crisis. And sometimes I think it's quite unusual for teachers to hear someone talk about the planet, talk about the environment for this long without mentioning plastics. And I just wanted to say, of course, the plastics crisis is terrible, and we've all seen the pictures of plastics in the ocean. But I sometimes use it as an example of why systems thinking is a really important thing that we should take into the classroom and introduce to our students when we're talking about the environment. Because as humans, we love stories. We love really simple stories where there's a villain, there's someone bad, there's a baddie, and then there's a way to fight that baddie, and then we can win in the end. And plastics became a little bit like that over the last few years. We can all see the problem, we can all see the pictures, and so we can see and understand how that is bad for wildlife. And we can also see what we can do about it. We can get plastics banned in our local canteen. We can stop using straws. We can start using a refillable water bottle. And that's really great. But of course, what we do individually might not be the thing that actually changes the system that results in plastics going to the ocean. So people thinking, for example, plastics are bad, might miss the point that actually it's really good to make things out of plastic. It's very cheap and energy efficient to keep on reusing in a circular economy. And actually, it's really easy to keep clean and sanitary, and you can make storage with it and medical devices with it and all sorts. Plastic can be a really great tool for the planet. The problem is it going into the oceans, and that is not the result of you using a plastic bottle one day in your home or when you go to work or school. It's actually the result of that plastic then not being recycled or not being properly dealt with by rubbish collectors, or going through into the recycling, but then at the other end, the recycling isn't actually being done and stuff's being lost into the ocean. There's all sorts of different components. And of course, we need to understand the system so that we can actually change it in the best way for the planet, which might not be stopping using plastic. It might be actually using plastic better or putting new systems in place. And also the plastic crisis is awful. It's a really good example of how humans are just unthinkingly having this impact and need this wake-up call. But it's not the dragon that we really need to slay. Of course, it's not the cause of climate crisis, and that's our biggest challenge at the moment. So I'm not suggesting that plastic isn't a thing to do with your students in school, but I would say right now, if you're focusing on plastics and not so much on nature loss and the climate crisis, then probably in the current situation, it's better to look at those really big topics. Because ultimately, what we need is sustainability. We need everything that we do as humans to be what we can do forever. We need to only do things that we know we could carry on doing forever. They're not taking away from the planet, because we have a finite planet and we have finite resources on it. And nothing is particularly good or bad. Palm oil is not bad in itself. It's the way that we farm it. It's the deforestation that happens in order to make profit for people from a palm oil crop. It's the lack of policing of those good practices in farming it. It's the lack of investment in reclaiming land that has become drained of nutrients so that it can carry on being used to farm palm oil instead. Cutting down forest to create it is the problem. So nothing is good or bad. It's about understanding how we can make sure that everything we do it in a way that can be done forever. And that might mean that some things we do realize just don't work. There are some things that we'll need to change. But if students can just understand that principle of sustainability, they'll have a much more problem-solving approach to these problems that I've talked about. They'll be able to go and find solutions, because ultimately it's not about just identifying things that are bad and getting rid of them, and then things that are good, which we can carry on doing. It's about changing things, coming up with new ideas. And this means that sustainability is something which it really should be embedded right now across all subjects. It's something which is relevant to geography, to science, but also to maths, to citizenship, to the subjects of literature, and everything that we do can actually start to be about sustainability or helping students to understand what sustainability means. And some of you might already use the Sustainable Development Goals in school. There's lots of SDG schools that really focus on the importance of these UN global goals to a future that's positive for our students. And some of them are focused on the living planet. And you'll see the way that WWF sometimes presents the SDGs is to show that if we can get those sorted, all of the others become possible. Whereas if we fix some of the other ones, but don't fix what we call the biosphere, the ones that are to do with the health of our planet, then actually nothing else is possible, because that's the foundation on which we grow. That's the foundation on which we survive and can start deciding how our society looks. And of course, schools themselves are systems. There are lots of different ways that schools have an impact on the planet, but also on society. And so the ripple effect that you can have by taking action as a school is actually much greater than the total impact that would be created from all the individuals in that school community doing things as individuals. You're a business, you have school grounds that can be good or bad for biodiversity. You have a carbon footprint of a building with all of the things that come with any business. You have interaction with local decision makers or the way to get their attention. You have suppliers that are supplying a lot more than is obviously supplied to any household. And of course, when something changes at that school level, the most important thing is that that's something which is seen by every member of the school community. So making change as a school is a brilliant way to teach and to influence the whole school community to understand what sustainability means in practice, to be able to take that away and do it themselves, and also to just have this impact on wider society. So one of the things that WWF promotes, and I'll flash up some information about a training that you can do before I finish, is to look at doing a whole school approach to sustainability. And it doesn't mean bringing in a new topic or a new curriculum. It just means thinking about sustainability at all those different levels of how a school works. So we sometimes break those down as the 4 C's. So thinking about the culture of the school, how can sustainability just be something that's talked about and is visible to students and staff and parents and the wider community? Yes, you can think about how sustainability and nature and the information about the state of the environment can come into curriculum teaching, but not as a new topic. And we think about how we actually run the school, the campus, how the school grounds can be made better for nature, and that students can see how that's done and be part of that, how the carbon footprint can be brought down by changing how much we use light, whether we use LEDs instead of light bulbs, when we turn the computers off, how much we can use natural light, how well the school can be insulated, and so on. And then finally, thinking about the community, thinking about how the school can actually reach out and involve the community in these conversations and show what they're doing so that the community learns and changes as well. And I sometimes add a 5th C if we're talking about secondary schools, which is careers, which I mentioned earlier, because that's one of the ways that you can talk about sustainability with students and think with them how they'll apply their understanding of the importance of sustainability and what it means in practice to the choices they make about what they do. That's a really important way that we can help them prepare for the future. And schools can be levers of change. They can drive change. They can help individuals who are part of the school community to think of doing things they wouldn't have otherwise maybe thought of. But also it can convene them. It can convene the whole student body to speak as one or to act as one. It can convene the wider community and so on. So it can be a driver of individual action and community action. And ultimately, those are the cogs that will end up changing the world by influencing businesses, influencing politicians, and bringing about those big changes. And of course, we have the COP26, the UN Climate Change Conference, coming up in November this year. I've already mentioned it once. That's one of the ways that we want to demonstrate how impactful schools and education can be if we want to tackle climate change, which is what this conference is all about. And we'll be asking schools all around the world to take part in an activation during COP, which is the first 2 weeks of November. And on the end of the first week, so on the 5th of November, we want schools to run an activity or to have run it before and then to display the results, where they create trees of promises. So every student, whatever age you work with, can write on one side of a leaf their promise to the planet. So something that they feel that they can do, something that they commit to doing to be a force for good for the planet. But then really importantly, on the other side of every leaf, we want the students to write a promise that they want to see world leaders make. Because ultimately they need to understand that it's not their individual responsibility, but they can be a part of change, but that actually we all need to work together. And that will be a really powerful message to world leaders, as well as within the communities where these trees are displayed. So on the 5th of November, we hope there will be a forest of promises from schools all around the world, just to present that message that students are ready to be part of the solution, and they are ready to start making changes themselves and to support changes that are made to their communities and to society. But they need world leaders to step up to make that possible. And this is as well as being a schools activation. You'll see this logo here with the tree forming the planet. It's actually a Scouts, an international Scouts project, Promise to the Planet. So schools are becoming part of something which is already going to involve millions of young people worldwide, because it is all about young people committing, but also demanding commitment. Okay, so before I finish, I mentioned training. It's free. There's the URL for it is there. It's just a quick one we've made there, tinyurl.com/WWF-ESD course. And that is a 5-hour-ish course on education for a sustainable planet. So it covers some of the things I've talked about, but gives you practical steps of how you can implement a whole school approach in school, and how you can teach the climate crisis and so on. So please do, it's self-serve. You can do it at any time in your own time, just 5 one-hour courses, and you get a certificate at the end from WWF, and also a Microsoft CPD certificate as well. So I really do recommend that you do that. It's available. Is it available in Spanish? I think it is. If it's not, it will be at some point soon. I also mentioned, oh no, I haven't mentioned this actually. There's a new film that came out last year called David Attenborough, Life on Our Planet, which is a biopic of David Attenborough, a UK naturalist who's been really impactful on inspiring people to love the natural world. And he's the COP People's Ambassador so he's sort of representing humans to world leaders, not that they're not humans, at COP. And his film, A Life on Our Planet, is an incredibly powerful way to get, first of all, a bit of an insight into how we've got where we are, but also what we can do to fix it. And that's available for schools to screen for free. They don't need to buy a license or anything. And there's an education pack at attenboroughfilm.com that you can download to help you organize that screening, but also to then use it as a way to start your school on a journey towards sustainable action.
Young people.
I was going to play a message from him, but I want to get to see if there's any questions. So I will finish now with one message as a last thought piece, which is, I've said it, I think, probably about 5 times through the presentation because it's so important. And that is that we really need to get across to our students that there is cause for hope and that the future is ours to shape. And if you are interested in just having a way to get that thought process across with your students, there's a film which you can find on YouTube or on WWF's website called Future Visions, which I'm just showing a clip of now in the background. And that shows an imagined future, a future that doesn't exist yet, but it could. It's using technologies we already have, understanding we already have. And this is what the world could look like if we got things right, if we solved these problems the ways that we know we can and worked together to create a better future. And if we can inspire young people to think in that way, then hopefully they'll be inspired to come up with their own visions of the future. And we're inviting young people to submit them so we can show some at COP and show some world leaders and show the public audiences online what worlds our young people are imagining. and working to create. So please do check out Future Visions and take part if you can. And I'll stop there for questions, if there are any, which I'd love to answer.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt, for that very inspiring and powerful talk. I'm super excited about this event on November 5th. Is there going to be like a platform that's going to centralize schools that participate, take part in?
That's a great question. We're hoping that schools will take it as an opportunity to engage their communities, but we'll also be inviting them to send in either all of or a selection of the promises from their school, so that we can exhibit some at the event itself, and also showcase a selection online throughout the course of the event. So just getting those messages from young people and those expectations that they have from world leaders into the public eye, and also into the faces of the world leaders themselves. So yeah, if you do take part, there'll be ways that you can sort of be seen as part of the global action. But also, I think one of the most important things that it will do is just get those conversations going in schools and therefore in communities all around the world.
Yeah, and it's good to see like everybody working together, united for a cause. I think that makes it even more powerful. So I'll be sure to get my students involved in it. We've been working with biomes in the last semester, and they were really devastated by the impacts of our behavior in each specific biome. We talked about the challenges and what kind of problems each biome is having, and they were like, oh, what can we do? What can we do? And now I have a lot of material to study and to bring to my students. So thank you very much. And we do have a couple of questions. So we put them on the screen now. Poliana Bittencourt asks, what kind of actions could we take to the classroom in order to show students that every small change matters?
Oh, that's a lovely question. So I'll just mention, having already mentioned the CCAP, I think one of the most tangible things that you can do that can really affect students is by working with them to decide an improvement you can make that will help nature. So in your school ground, or something that they can take away and do at home, but you can obviously create in the plan for it, or create the bug hotel or whatever you might make in the classroom. And then if you can study before and after and see that actually you get more wildlife, that you get a sort of an improvement in the health of nature in that environment over just maybe a few weeks or over a season, then I think that really brings home to students that there's so much they can do. And the other thing is, I think with schools being, you know, like a little mini version of society, there are so many things you can demonstrate. So if in the classroom you just start applying some of those sustainable principles that we kind of all know in practice, like, you know, turning things off when we're not using them, and not just putting the lights on for the sake of it if there's enough natural light, and coming up with ways to avoid putting the heating on and things like that, using recycled materials, understanding where their stationery comes from, and where maybe the snacks that they can get in school come from, and actually understanding why they're making sustainable choices there. All of these things can kind of just start to make it normal, I think, for students to start thinking about everything in that way. Is it sustainable, or is it as sustainable as it can be? So yeah, you can actually get little electricity monitors, which can be quite handy. So if you can get one, you just need to get one for the school, and you can kind of share it around, and sometimes have it in one classroom and sometimes in another. But it means that you can track how much electricity is being used, and then you can obviously make changes and then see how much it falls, and then you can try that in different parts of the school. So that's quite a nice visualizer for it. True,
very true. Simple things, right? We don't have to make anything big. We don't have to make big changes, but we need to make simple and consistent changes, right? Let me see another question. Gabriela Salazar says, Can you suggest any app to work with students about these topics and make them more conscious about recycling?
Well, we do actually have a WWF app, which does, I'm just trying to think if it works globally. So it's called the Footprint app. And I know that it's available, it must be available globally. And I'm pretty sure it works and it's relevant to everyone. It's kind of designed by WWF UK. So if you search for the WWF Footprint app, it's exactly that. It's a really good, it's action orientated, so it just gives some really achievable challenges that you can discuss together and decide that you'll all do, and then you can kind of log the improvements that you make, the changes that you make. I can think of a few others, but they're all specific to one country or another. So I think it's probably best to sort of see if there's any ones that are locally relevant, because obviously some of the things that you can do will be specific to where you live and the country that you're in and the opportunities that are there. But do check out the Footprint app, and yeah, if I think of any others, I'll shout them out before I go offline. I'll put them in the chat.
Okay, fantastic. And our last question, Janete Pellisson says, what is the best approach to help our students become the greener and more conscious business people of the future?
A really lovely question to hear asked, because I'm currently developing a whole program of work that is focused on exactly that. It's called Sustainable Futures, and we've thought long and hard about what's needed for young people to be able to take this approach, and we've decided that the most important thing is actually that they have these conversations with people who are currently in the working world. So a lot of schools already engage with local businesses or have visitors come in from companies to talk about different sectors and different jobs. And that is really useful for students thinking about their future careers. So what's really great is if you can just bring sustainability in as the frame for that. So whoever you get in to talk to your students, or whoever you arrange to talk to your students because of this, just get them to address sustainability. So they might come from a law firm, they might come from a building company, they might come from any kind of school of life. But if they can be prompted to have a conversation with students about what is currently in need of change in their sector, what are they doing to help bring about that change? They don't have to necessarily have a really positive story of how what they do is perfect or what their company does is perfect, but it's just that thought process. And what's great about that is you can actually maybe get some grown-ups, get some people who are actually out there in the world working in companies already to actually start thinking about these things a bit more as well. But that's a great thought process for students to have before they actually start thinking about the job that they might want.
Lots to think about, lots to do. So once again, thank you, Matt, so much for being with us, for sharing these life-changing and important concepts for us to help our students. And before you go, it's Cambridge Day's 20th anniversary. So we're not only looking back, we're looking to the future. So I wanted to ask you, what message would you leave us teachers for the next 20 years regarding sustainable education?
Well, I would just say believe in the importance and relevance of sustainability to your own work, because you really are the champions of the future. The work that you do over the next few years with your students, teaching and learning with them, the impact of that will be felt for the next 50 years as those students go out into the world. So yeah, it's just really a belief in your own power as world changes. So don't despair yourself, and don't think that these things are out in the business world and in the political world, and you're working in schools and education. We're all part of the same world, as is very relevant to this topic. And the things that you do are going to be probably the biggest impact on whether or not we can achieve that sustainable future. So yeah, just the more you can do, the better, but even the little things all add up.
Excellent. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely.
See you soon.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much for having me.
Even before the COVID crisis gripped the planet, we already knew our world was changing rapidly. As educators, we know we have a responsibility not only to teach English, but we must also prepare our students to be ready for the world they will inherit. By supporting learners as they explore and develop their abilities to think creatively, solve problems, work effectively with others, build habits of lifelong learning, and become responsible stewards of the environment. We are preparing them to meet whatever changes and challenges they will encounter when they leave our classrooms. So how do we nurture creative learners for a rapidly changing world? It's time for our Insights for the Future panel. Here to help us answer this question are John Ade and Paul Drury. Welcome to our panel.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you so much.
But where are you guys based? John, where are you based?
So I'm in New York. I'm just outside of New York City.
Okay.
And I'm usually in Oxford, but I'm in Spain today.
All right. So you guys are in the warm weather.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Very hot.
Yes.
For the first time in Sao Paulo, it's freezing here. So it's a change. So I've seen a talk of Paul in Campinas in 2018. Paul, I was there at the summit. You were with Ben Goldstein, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh.
That's right. Yeah.
And so I know you've been to Brazil. What about you, John? Have you ever been to Brazil?
Yeah, I actually have been to Brazil a couple of times, and once with Ben Goldstein, as a matter of fact. Yeah, it's been a few years now, so I'm desperate to get back one way or another.
All right. So I've been told that before we start the questions in the panel, you guys have a presentation.
Yeah, just a few comments. Actually, I think that some of which might connect nicely with Matt's presentation just now. Just a few things to kind of set up the discussion, and then we'll take some questions.
Okay, John, do you want to check your camera, because you seem frozen to us?
Yeah, I know that happened earlier. Not sure why.
Turn on and turn off your camera again. Turn off and turn it on again.
See if
Let's see if it works.
Try it again. Yeah, I don't know why. I didn't know why it's doing that.
I can pretend to talk for you if you like. If I open
That's
my
right.
mouth up.
You can hear me okay, right?
Yes.
Great. Okay.
We're just not seeing you
You're not seeing
moving.
me. Okay. Oh, well.
I'll let you guys start, and then we'll have some questions.
Okay. Terrific. Well, as Rebecca said, today we're talking about nurturing creative learners for a rapidly changing world, and we just saw in the previous presentation, the world is changing on many fronts. In fact, I'd like to start by reflecting on just the year that we've all been through. I don't think a single one of us has been untouched by one or more of the seismic events that have impacted the world just over the past year. As we just saw, climate change is having an increasingly devastating effect all over the planet, while the global COVID pandemic continues to hit many countries especially hard, including here in the United States, including Brazil. Economic uncertainty has long been a source of anxiety for many people, and alarming new levels of political unrest. Again, even here in the U.S., it all kind of combines, I think, to make us all feel as if our future has never been more uncertain. And just connecting to what Matt was saying earlier, for young people, that creates an especially high level of anxiety. So, let's face it, it has been a tough year on all of us, and the impacts of these crises will continue to be felt for many years to come. But now I'd like you to think about your students. I want you to picture their faces. Think about what will they be like when they grow older? What will they be doing? What do you hope they will be doing? And what will the world be like when they're ready to join the workforce? When you think about your students' futures in these terms, it's easy to see that you're not simply teaching a language. You're actually preparing a generation of young people to be ready for the world they will inherit. And it's not just preparing them to be productive members of their communities or even their countries. As the world becomes more globalized, as we face more problems, they are really going to be the international citizens of the future upon whom we will depend to solve those problems. So the big question we have to ask is then, how are we preparing our students for the future? Especially now when the world is being rocked by such huge changes and the future seems so uncertain. And plus, we don't really know what our students will need to know in the future. And partly this is about new types of work and new industries that are developing all the time. And to put that into perspective, just think about some of the jobs that didn't exist when you were your students' ages. I mean, how many of these job roles would have even been considered a career option back then? A 3D food printer chef, or a drone standard specialist, or an aging solutions consultant. As you can see, the world is changing faster now than it ever has before. There was this article from Forbes magazine a few months ago that looked into the pace of change in terms of what jobs we should be preparing our young people for. And the conclusion, the answer was there's no way to predict the jobs of the future. But what we can do and what we should do is equip learners with the tools that will enable them to change and adapt as the world changes. So one way to get an idea of where we can prepare learners is to look at the research into what employers are saying are the most important competencies that they look for in candidates. This research is from the World Economic Forum, and it lists the top 10 skills that will be needed in what is being called the fourth industrial revolution, which is fundamentally altering the way we live, the way we work, and the way we interact with one another. So these are complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, people management, coordinating with others, emotional intelligence, judgment and decision making, service orientation, negotiation, and cognitive flexibility. Interestingly, two of these, emotional intelligence and cognitive flexibility, didn't even make the top 10 when the same research was published only 5 years ago, while creativity jumped from 10th place to 3rd place in terms of skills preference. Now, many of these cut across curriculum areas that are found in schools, so in some way or fashion we're addressing these now. But if they're not explicitly covered in our system, how can we be sure we're doing it well enough or not? Another thing to look at is what skills students will need in order to succeed when they go on to higher learning. There's a similar story here. This is actually from Cambridge University. That's their guidelines for prospective students. And they list out these skills as being the ones that characterize a successful student. And they're grouped into 4 main areas: intellectual skills, communication skills, organizational skills, and interpersonal skills. So you notice some similarities between this list and the previous one. Of course, we can't all go to Cambridge University, but I'd be willing to bet that any college or university or trade school training program will have similar goals and aspirations for their students. So we can take these competencies and we can categorize them in a way that supports and even improves students' academic performance, both in the language classroom and in across the subject area. So they are collaboration, the ability to work well with others; critical thinking, that's the ability to evaluate what you hear, what you read, link ideas together; learning to learn, which is the ability to develop the skills to learn more effectively beyond what the teacher has taught; creative thinking, this is having the imagination to find new ways of doing things, finding solutions to problems; communication, speaking confidently, presenting well to an audience, participating effectively in group tasks or meetings; and social responsibilities, seeing how one can impact the world around them, how they can contribute to their social groups that they are a part of, and also to be able to interact well with people from other cultures. The next thing we need to do is look at how these skills develop across an individual's learning journey. And we can break this up into 5 main stages. There's the pre-primary, the very young, primary, secondary, higher education, and learning to work. And then the aim here is to show how all of these competencies can develop consistently all along that journey. And then we can dive deeper into each of these areas and identify the kinds of classroom activities or tasks that help develop and reinforce these competencies. And this gives us a roadmap that will help us focus on the kinds of skills that will benefit the student both in school and then later in life, whether we're talking about a child of 5 or a young adult. And one thing that we want to point out here is that this doesn't mean we have to completely rethink our curriculum or what we teach. These are in large part already present in many of our classroom activities. But what we can do, what we should do, is increase our awareness of them, pull them from the background and give them a more prominent role, so to speak, so that learners become more of them as well. And as we call learners' attention to these competencies, then they begin to develop, they're consciously developing those competencies. So for example, if we're looking at the area of creative thinking and creativity, we can find ways to amplify this competency across the curriculum through participating in creative activities, creating new content from other ideas, and creating new content to solve problems and make decisions. And I'd like to toss it over now to Paul as we're looking.
Oh dear, we lost John to the and I've lost Rebecca as well. I'm going to keep talking. Please, if nothing is...
Paul?
No.
We lost both of them. Paul, are you there? John? There we go. Paul, we can see you again. Yay.
Shall I keep talking? Something's frozen. I don't know whether you can hear me, whether you can't hear me, so I'm just going to talk.
We can hear you, Paul. Go ahead.
Okay. That's right. It was very scary. Just as John was about to finish, everything just went, it disappeared. So really, thank you to John. And that kind of forced me into a creative mindset of thinking, oh my God, what do I do now? Everything's gone dark. And that's the kind of example that we need to be using with our students. Creativity is, it's not necessarily about those great works of art, those great works of fiction. Creativity is something that we face each and every single day, 1,000 times a day. You're doing a presentation and the screen goes blank. What do? You're walking home, you've got 2 bags of shopping. You've got your keys in your pocket. How do you get your keys out of your pocket without dropping all your shopping? It's those silly little everyday situations where what we're actually doing is we're engaging our brain. And ultimately, creativity is simply about getting your brain to work, to have ideas that are useful and that are new. And I heard a wonderful description the other day of what creativity is. And it's this idea of appropriate novelty. It's not just kind of having wild, fantastic ideas, although those are brilliant. They have to be done for a purpose. And I think this is really important to bear in mind when we're thinking about young learners, because the wonderful thing about young learners is that they have a superpower. And their superpower is this business of generating ideas. They can have 1,000 ideas because their thinking is not constrained. They're still forming loads of synaptic connections, left, right, and center. So this is something that we need to be nurturing. This is what we need to be protecting with our young learners. Because the other aspect of it is the idea of, well, we need to be thinking about creativity in terms of usefulness and appropriacy, but that comes later. That's down the line. For the moment with our young learners, let's be protecting that creativity. Because a couple of things about creativity to really emphasize is that it's not easy. It's hard work, but it is what makes us human. It is something that we can really be engaging and interacting with the world and making life very meaningful. And John, if you would be kind enough to go on to the next slide. Thank you very much. Thinking about our brains in particular, there's 2 things that I really want to underline that I think underlines the whole discussion about creativity. Our brains are wired for efficiency. We don't want to be wasting energy. That's why we love routines so much. That's why we love cliches, repeated language. And there's nothing wrong with routines. There's nothing wrong with cliches. But when we're doing that, we're not engaging our creative aspects. We're not thinking creatively. It's just a shortcut that is something that is tried and tested. We've done it before. We know it works. The other aspect is that in evolutionary terms, the brain likes routine because the brain knows that routine is safe. If we did it before, nothing happened, then we can do it again, and the probability is that nothing will happen. You know, that's like the little drawing of the silly little drawing I made of the fish. When the fish are swimming together in their school, they're safe. They know where the predators are. They know where the food is. They're safe. But as soon as one swims to explore something new, maybe that fish will find something fantastic and amazing, or maybe that fish will get eaten by a shark. We don't know. But that's about exposing ourselves to not danger, because obviously we don't want to be exposing our young learners to danger, but exposing them to a risk of making mistakes, of trying challenges, of trying different things. And this is the final really key point about creativity, is that it's not easy. It creates discomfort. There is a disequilibrium when we are faced with new information. We have to then consider, okay, is this something that I assimilate, or do I need to start a new cycle of learning? And that ultimately is what learning is. That is what creativity is. It's that feeling of discomfort. So that's where we need to be really thinking about how are we nurturing that idea of discomfort. And then, John, if you'd be so kind, please. Very briefly, and this is something that I hope we can talk about more when we come to the questions, it's what's our responsibility as parents, as educators, as adults? What's our responsibility with our young learners? And there's certainly the thing that's come through the talks with Matt and what John said is the idea of change. Change is here. Change is permanent. Change is constant. Therefore, there's no point in trying to ignore change. We need to embrace it. And to embrace it, we need to be thinking about the ambiguity. There are no right or wrong. There is no black or white. There is no true or false. We need to be challenging our students at every age to be really thinking that little bit harder, to be asking questions, to be asking themselves questions, and to ask other people questions. We need to be aware as adults the things that hurt creativity. So when we tell a child, no, I'm sorry, that's not right, we've got to be careful. That's potentially a creativity killer. Potentially, I'm not saying all the time. We also need to be thinking about, okay, I want to draw, as a child, a 6-year-old child, I want to draw an elephant. But the teacher says, no, I'm sorry, today we're going to draw penguins. These are all things that where we're constraining that thinking, we're constraining that thought, and those are potentially things that are harmful. But really, and then I'll finish on this point, the thing that is most important is that disposition of playfulness. Playfulness is something that we all have, and it sounds very light, very insignificant, but playfulness is so serious. Playfulness is that disposition that allows us to make mistakes, to experiment, to have a go, to see what happens if. What happens if we push that button? What happens if we do this? What happens if we do that? That's the thing that underlines, underpins, that's the word, creativity. And there's been lots of research to show that if, as a teacher, you show playfulness, you demonstrate playfulness, then it's more likely that your learners are also going to be demonstrating playfulness. And on that point, I will stop and hold my breath while we receive your questions.
Thank you, Paul and John, for connecting already the two topics we're going to be discussing today. And Paul, thank you. I love this definition of creativity, appropriate novelty. Yes, I'm going to make a big sticker, put it on my
I wish
refrigerator.
It was mine, but it's not.
because I've always thought of myself as a non-creative person. And lots of people say to me, oh, you're so creative, you're so creative. But my conception of creative was I need to create something new. It needs to be something that is brand new. And today I recognize I see something, I get inspired by that, and then I adapt it. and then I am being creative. Now I see how I am creative. But for a long time, I thought, oh, I'm not creative. I don't create anything out of the blue.
So sorry, Rebecca, carry on.
No, I was going to say my dream as a kid was to invent something that doesn't exist. That was my dream when I was a kid. I want to invent something that doesn't exist.
But
go
it's so
ahead,
true,
John.
and so true. This is
Paul.
why I get a little bit frustrated when we think, because we think creativity is the reserve of some people. And it's not. It's something that is for each and every person. And it's something that I know very often we think we're not creative. I don't consider myself a particularly creative person either. But over these last couple of years where I've been studying the idea of creativity, I've come to understand that it's really just about engaging your brain and trying to enjoy that moment of saying, oh, I don't understand. Let me find out more. Let me explore. Let me see what happens if. And being, just a little bit brave and throwing yourself in and embracing that discomfort.
That's fantastic. So, John, you talked a little bit in your presentation about skills and competencies, and I was wondering, are they similar? Are they the same? How are they different?
Yeah, it's probably really kind of talking about the same thing. Although to be sort of technically correct, a skill is sort of the ability to do something. When we're talking about competencies, we're really talking about both the skill and the will. It's the attitude that we bring to doing something, and this kind of connects with what Paul was just saying. I think you have to have some topical knowledge. You have to have some ability, but you also have to have an attitude, an approach, and those three components together sort of are what really kind of define a competency. And it's kind of the behaviors that we look for in education, that employers are looking for in candidates. Is this person able to? How do they approach things? Not just what they know. How do they approach things? How do they solve problems? How do they work with others? So it's really looking both at individual ability and also the approach that people take.
Okay, and now you mentioned teaching, right? So, Paul, thinking about creativity, is it better to teach creativity separately or as a part of the curriculum? How can we integrate creativity in all of our lessons?
Yeah, I think both are possible. I mean, obviously, in an ideal world, but we would have creativity as a strand running through the curriculum. And I think in some ways, the developments coming from PISA and the OECD are suggesting that we really need to be building in creativity into our everyday teaching. But I know that sometimes can sound a little bit scary, and I think sometimes it can put off some people and say, well, we haven't got time for creativity. Let's do something else today. But really, in the same way that we all have our techniques for error correction, the way we present grammar, the way we kind of do a listening exercise, all of these things is things that also can enrich, or we can embed techniques and tools to enrich the creative process. Because as I was saying before, the creative thing is also about really just pushing that a little bit harder. So one of my big things with students as well, and when I talk to teachers, is about just pushing your students a little bit harder. And the students are incredibly quick at giving you the answer that they think you want. But that's where we need to be challenging it, and also be flipping them. That reverse psychology is saying, okay, that's one possible answer. Now give me 3 more possible answers, or give me a fantastic answer, or give me a realistic answer, or give me, and playing around with their expectations so that they're never really quite sure where you're coming from. They don't really know what you're asking about for, because they need to be, new information. What do I do with that information? Do I assimilate, react, think, explore?
That's a very good point, Paul. I think particularly with young learners, there's the belief that there is an answer. There is one right answer, and I think the more we can, cultivate this behavior that there may be more than one answer. There may be different ways of looking at things. There may be different approaches. I think that that's something that we really have to get young learners in particular to understand.
Absolutely. I think that that's such an important thing. And it's something that we are prone to as adults as well, because we like to think that children need certainty. And certainly, obviously, they need security in terms of food, love, shelter, all those kind of things. Obviously, I'm not questioning that. But when it comes to being in the classroom, I mean, you just need to look at any kind of children's story. And it's a lot of the children's stories are mad. They're completely sort of wild and wacky, and the strangest things happen. Children don't have a problem with ambiguity necessarily. And it's something that some children will have more problem than others, but it's a constant process. It's not going to happen overnight. But if you're asking those questions, if you're expecting more from your children each and every day and pushing them that little bit harder, they're going to be accepting that ambiguity, and change is something that they have to live with, because that learning process is fundamentally about discomfort. So the sooner we learn to enjoy that feeling of discomfort, the better.
Mm-hmm.
It's not being afraid to walk out of our comfort zone, right? Being able to swim a little bit more and a little bit further. Yeah, I love that analogy. I love analogies, so I love the fish analogy. That's gonna stay with me, and I'm gonna say, okay, I need to swim a little bit more today, or make my students swim a little bit more.
Brilliant.
And John, you talked about how the world is changing, how we have environmental issues and financial issues. And could you talk to us about the fourth industrial revolution, and what does that mean for teaching and learning?
Yeah, so I came across, as I was sort of putting together, the presentation. I came across this. I had only been aware of like the three industrial revolutions, starting with steam, and then electricity, and then finally electronics. But again, it was the World Economic Forum published this paper about the fourth industrial revolution, which is basically it's kind of a combination. It's an outgrowth of sort of the digital age, but it's how it's changing the way we live, the how it's impacting everything from the physical world, the digital world, and even our biology. If you think about it, all of the little devices that we use now, like my watch tells me when it's time to go to sleep, I'm sure we all, most of us have a Fitbit, to tell us how many steps we're getting in each day. That's actually changing our behavior, and so that's what they mean by the fourth industrial revolution, that it's this combination of technology with artificial intelligence, with nanotechnology and the Internet of Things and all of that. It's actually having a change about how we interact with one another, and how we interact with the world. So all this means is that there's no real way to predict where all of this is going, and as educators, we just have to do the best that we can to prepare students to be able to adapt to this very, very rapid change. Because I think one of the hallmarks of the so-called fourth industrial revolution is not only the scope but the pace of change. It's really sort of coming at us much faster than we're prepared for. If you think about just where we were over a year ago before COVID hit, and how we did how we taught our students, how we did conferences and so on, now we're working in an entirely different way, and this was forced upon us. So we have to prepare young learners for these kinds of seismic changes, and developing and nurturing things like creativity is one way to do that.
Fantastic. And Paul, you talked to us a little bit about how we can motivate our students and let them feel comfortable with ambiguity, right? So how do we deal with students who get frustrated with ambiguity?
Yeah, that's the big challenge. And as I say, I'm not talking about revolutionizing your teaching. And in many ways, what we're talking about is things that already happen. Yeah. You're already great teachers. And I always use the analogy, and bear with me 1 second, because I don't know if you remember that film a few years ago, The Sixth Sense, where there was a child who could see dead people, and there was a Bruce Willis who was helping him Anyway, long story short, but there's a very famous quote from that says, I see dead people. And what I really want is, I certainly don't want you to see dead people. That would be awful. But God, I'm so much regretting starting that analogy. Anyway, but what we do need to be doing is, I see creativity, I see playfulness. So it's what we're doing in the classroom, and just already enriching that and finding those little opportunities and saying, well, okay, I think it might be this, and say, well, okay, explain why you think it might be that. What could it be something else, and why not? It's just really about sort of that interaction that we're having. It's almost like that formative assessment element, where we're kind of receiving stimulus and then we're reacting to that stimulus. And little and often, and some kids might get a little bit frustrated, but over time, kids will soon learn what it is that they need to be doing. And the reality is, as John and as Matt has been saying, we have no choice in this. Change is here. We learn to live with it, or we don't. And then if we don't, what's the alternative is really what I'm trying to say, without trying to get too nihilistic about it. It's we have to face it, and the sooner that we learn to enjoy and appreciate the benefits that it brings, with this whole cursed pandemic thing. I mean, it's been an absolute nightmare for all of us. But at the same time, looking at the silver linings, there have been changes. We have learned so many new things. So there's always trying to see the benefits that come from there. Sorry, I think I went off in lots of different tangents. Apologies.
No, we got it. We got it. It's oh, hey, John, we can almost see you moving again.
Almost moved.
If I turn my camera on and off, you get a nice snapshot of me. So I'll do it. If I do it quickly, it'll look like I'm.
Fantastic. Well, we're moving on to the end of our talk here, and I wanted to ask John. Since you've talked about how our lives are changing and how our behavior is changing, what skills and jobs will become increasingly important in the future?
Well, I think that's the thing, is that nobody knows. Again, it's going to be about what abilities, what capabilities our students will have. Can they adapt? Can they, how do they approach problems? One of the things that's been, some of the ideas that's been talked about recently is this idea of a growth mindset, and this connects very well with creativity. Is nurturing within learners the idea that they are growing and learning, that they are that it is a process, that they are able to achieve goals, and that's one of the things that will help build in that resilience, reduce the anxiety that Matt talked about earlier, because there is no way to predict the future. It's coming at us too fast, too furious, and what we can do is make sure we're prepared, that our students are prepared to be resilient and adaptable.
It's much more than just what profession is going to be demanded in the future, but how we're going to deal with these new professions, right?
Right.
Fantastic. Exactly. Well, thank you, John and Paul, for being here and sharing your ideas. It was a fantastic panel. I was engaged here and my brain was working. So I think your mission was accomplished. And before we go, as you know, it's Cambridge Day's 20th anniversary. And I wanted to ask you both, you can both answer, what message would you leave us teachers to develop our students' creativity through life competencies?
That's a horrible question.
Horrible question, why?
So what was the question again? Develop creativity through life competencies.
Yeah.
John, do you want to start? Do you want me to start?
Yeah. I think the place to start is not to focus specifically on any competency as a thing to develop. That it's really how we're elevating the awareness of these competencies through our teaching. So we're not talking about changing teaching. We're not talking about rearranging our lessons or anything like that. It's more about how we are acknowledging these various these various competencies, including creativity, including collaboration, critical thinking, all of it, and acknowledging it as it happens in our teaching. I think that's the point. Paul, do you agree?
I completely agree. I think that's very nicely put. The only thing I would add is that something like creativity is something that also transcends so many of the other competencies anyway.
Yeah.
So that when we're a critical thinking, I mean, yes, you get the divergent, convergent aspect of thinking, but there's also, it's part of that process and that thinking process. The same with collaboration with another person. When you're faced with a difficult person in a meeting, how do you deal with that person? These are all creative challenges, ultimately. It's just a case of how you define creativity.
They're all interconnected, right?
Yep.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Thank you again, Paul and John. I hope to see you soon in Brazil again.
Thank you, Rebecca.
I wish.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And thank you to everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Have you ever been put on the spot by a student when they ask you how a word is in English and you have no idea what it is? What do? Here is a video from our favorite TikToker, Bárbara Couto, portraying our escape to these questions.
Professora, como que fala hérnia de disco em inglês? Gente, que pergunta é essa? O que essa menina tá lendo pra... Jesus amado, como é que eu... Boa pergunta, Elisa. Olha que legal. Gente, a pergunta da colega. A Elisa tá perguntando como que fala hérnia de disco em inglês. Alguém sabe? Não? Ninguém? Tudo bem, olha que legal. Exercício pra vocês. Pesquisem aí no Cambridge Dictionary online de vocês e o primeiro a achar compartilha com a gente, tá? Fala em voz alta que eu quero saber. Saber se a pronúncia de vocês está certa, tudo mais.
We sure get put on the spot quite a while. Be sure to use the Cambridge Dictionary to help you find the words you don't know, the pronunciation or the way in English. And now it's time for our Spin to Win segment. And remember, these are the last moments to get to the top of the trivia ranking and win an Asus laptop here at the end of the day. You still have a couple of hours to play. All right. Oh, whoops. How do you like my pandemic online outfit? Home office outfit. Don't outfit shame me. I know you're wearing the same thing at home. I know you are. All right. I have a caller on the line. Don't say Cambridge Day. Say, oops. Don't say hello. Say Cambridge Day.
Cambridge Day.
Hey, welcome to Spin to Win.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. My name is Marcelo Lima, and I'm speaking from Belo Horizonte, Minas Gerais. It's such a pleasure to be here and participate the show with you. Oh, by the way, your outfit looks amazing.
Thank you. Are you also wearing the home office look?
Well, yeah, kind of. You know, it's quite cold here, so I'm trying to keep myself warm while I'm watching the Education Day, which is amazing.
Fantastic. I'm glad you enjoyed my home office teacher outfit look, pandemic look. All right. So, Marcellus, have you been watching our event for the past 3 days?
I have been, and I have been amazed by how empowering and how powerful these talks have been. And I'm sure going to be a much better teacher after these 3 days of learning and interacting with the guys there on the chat. And, you know, it's been really, really, really good, especially the environment issues. I worked in the Amazon for some years, so it touches me personally. So, and it's a relief to know.
Matt's talk.
Yeah, it's a relief for me to know that I'm also on the right path. So it's been amazing.
Amazing. Fantastic. Do you have any of the prizes that you want to win? Do you have like a selection?
Well, definitely. Yeah, well, I would like to get a development course, of course, but any prize that comes out my way, I will be more than happy. I feel like I'm already lucky enough to be participating here with you.
Fantastic. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Let's spin to win.
Let's go. Game changer, game changer.
Woohoo!
Game changer, game changer,
Let's see what's gonna happen. You get a teacher development book. We have some books by
Awesome.
Penny Orr, 100 teaching tips.
Amazing,
book.
perfect, perfect.
Yes, fantastic.
I'm so happy.
Carlos. Cambridge University Press will be in touch with you to deliver your prize. Thank you so much for participating with us during the 3 days and here with me on our Spin to Win. Thank you.
Thank you guys for the opportunity. Bye-bye. Have a wonderful show.
Do we have another caller now? Yes. Don't say hello, say Cambridge Day.
Cambridge Day.
Welcome to our Spin to Win. What's your name?
It's Julia.
Julia, welcome to our event. Julia, have you been playing the trivia quiz?
Yes, of course.
Yes, you are at the top of our ranking. Congratulations.
Thank
Did
you.
you enjoy the trivia quiz? Was it entertaining?
Of course, it was amazing. I loved it.
Great. And where are you watching us from?
Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul.
Porto Alegre. How cold is it there right now?
Terrible. As you can see, wearing a lot of clothes.
All right. Are you also wearing the home office pandemic look?
No, because I'm at school, so I can't.
Oh, okay. You're not at home. You're not at home office.
I'm not at home.
Fantastic. Julia, do you have a specific prize you would like to win from our selection here?
If possible, right? The TKT course, that would be amazing to win.
I've been wanting that to come out. Let's see if you're lucky, okay? Let's spin to win. All right, Julia? All right, here we go.
Amazing.
Oh my God. Oh, that was so close.
Yes,
So you win the In Use series book from the Grammar in Use, Advanced Grammar in Use. You win one of these books. Congratulations, Julia. Cambridge University Press will be in touch with you to deliver your book, your prize. Thank you so much for being with us, for playing the trivia, and for participating with me.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Moving on, going back. Our final Cambridge tour, we've saved the best for last. We'll visit today the oldest surviving building within the college and what is considered the most iconic building in Cambridge. I give you King's College. Be prepared to be amazed.
Hello again. For those who haven't joined us yet this week for the Cambridge Botanic Garden or punting experience, I'm Bobby Seagull, TV personality and author. Today, I'll be taking you on a very special tour of King's College. Founded in 1441 by King Henry VI, this is one of the most iconic backdrops of Cambridge.
Okay.
The beautiful and historical building is visited by people from all over the world. We've been given exclusive access to the college and will even take you to the famous King's College Chapel. Come join me. King's College Chapel is the oldest surviving building within the King's College site. In fact, Henry VI was only 19 when he laid the first stone of the College Royal of Our Lady and St. Nicholas in Cambridge on Passion Sunday 1441. Initially, King's was to have a provost, the head of the college, and 12 impoverished students, the number of apostles. But after work had begun on the old court, Henry decided on a much grander plan. He intended King's to have 70 scholars, representing the 70 early evangelists chosen by Jesus, drawn exclusively from the King's Other Foundation at Eton. For over 400 years, King's College admitted only Etonians and claimed the privilege that students should receive degrees without being examined. In 1455, the War of the Roses broke out when Richard, Duke of York, challenged Henry's right to the throne. For the first 11 years of unrest, building of King's College continued under Henry's patronage. But in 1461, Henry was taken prisoner, and on hearing the news, the workmen packed up and went home. A half-cut stone, it is said, lay where they left it and was eventually used as a foundation stone for the neighbouring Gibbs building in 1724. After 15 years of building, the foundations of the chapel had been laid and the walls rose irregularly from east to west. Henry VI was murdered in the Tower of London on 21st May 1471. The new king, Edward IV, passed on to the college a little of the money that Henry had intended for his chapel. But very little building was done in the 22 years between Henry's imprisonment and the death of Edward IV in 1483. Work began again in earnest through Richard III. Richard gave instructions that the building should go on with all possible dispatch, and to press workmen and all possible hands, provide materials, and imprison anyone who opposed or delayed. By the end of his reign, the first 6 bays of the chapel had reached full height, and the first 5 bays, roofed with oak and lead, were in use. It is left to the Tudor kings, Henry VII and Henry VIII, to achieve the final, spectacular completion of the chapel. Henry VII defeated and killed Richard III at the Battle of Bosworth in 1485. He decided to finish the chapel and sent some of the money to pay for it in the chest, which can be seen still behind us in the chapel. By 1512, the shell was finished and roofed throughout its length in timber and lead. Henry VII's executors gave a further £5,000 to pay for vaulting the chapel, and by 1515, the main structure was complete. This work, and most of the glazing of the windows, was done by the next king, Henry VIII, who was responsible for the screen and much of the chapel woodwork. When Henry VIII died in 1547, just over 100 years after the laying of the foundation stone, King's College Chapel was recognized as one of Europe's finest late medieval buildings. It truly is the work of kings. Thanks for joining me this week and letting me take you around some of the most recognizable and historical views of Cambridge. Thanks again and goodbye.
I hope you enjoyed our Cambridge tours and that someday we can visit them in person. Back to the education show, we have Andrei Wachowski and his talk on emotional development in the ELT classroom. Welcome to the education show. Where is Andre? There we go. Welcome to the education show, Andre.
All right. I think I'm muted.
Now we can hear you. Welcome.
Yeah, okay.
It's a pleasure to have you with us,
Hello.
Andre.
It's great to be with you, part of your show, so far away from where you are physically. All of the participants.
Where are you based, Andre?
I'm actually based in Vilnius, Lithuania, which is about 7 hours ahead of Brazil. So it's getting dark already. It's 10 p.m. almost here. It's Friday night. Everyone's out.
So you must really love what you do. You must really love what you do to give a talk on Friday night.
Well, yeah, it's what you do. So you can't really choose what time is convenient for you. If you're part of the show and you say yes to the experience, you have to adjust. So I'm happy to be here.
Go ahead. Sorry,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, you were saying.
I was gonna say that you've been to training events all over the world, right? And I was gonna ask you, and this is a personal question, how do you perceive emotional development across countries? Is it similar or different?
In a way, it is similar because our brains are wired in similar ways. We're born with the same CPU in our heads. So basically, the way we perceive and express emotions is essentially similar. However, expressing our emotions varies from culture to culture. And in some cultures, there are restrictions put on expressing emotions openly. So you have to be very subtle and you have to keep it to yourself very often. In other cultures, people are very outgoing, outspoken, and bustling. And so, it's a matter of, the way we experience emotions is pretty much similar around the world because of our common past and our genes. And the only thing you have to learn is how to show your emotions, how to sometimes control your emotions in certain cultures because you may seem inappropriate in a certain context. So it's also contextual. It's very individual as well. Within every single culture that I've experienced over time, there are people of all extremes, and some are just in the middle. So there are very introverted people, there are very extroverted people, there are people who express their emotions, and there are people who keep them to themselves. But basically we're all human. So the talk is about something that unites us rather than divides us. So we're going to talk about what we can do as teachers in the classroom to, first of all, help our learners be more eloquent, expressing their emotions and how they feel, and discussing various issues, because issues are related to the world that's changing fast, and also to learners' internal growth and development, and the world outside, and the pressures of the world outside, the expectations of the adults and the teachers. And so it's not an easy world to live in now, especially with this speed of change that you have to adapt to very quickly. There's a lot more pressure on young people these days than and still we have to grow, mature, learn to show the world who we are, learn to get what we need from it to be able to grow with the world and in the world. So basically, this is the background to my talk.
Amazing. I'm super interested and curious to hear what you have to say. So I'll leave you to it. I'll see you in a little bit. Have a great talk.
Thank you. All right, let me start. Okay. All right. So first of all, let's look at what's coming. As I'm one of the last speakers, I feel that I need to talk about the Cambridge Life Competencies Framework again, to review a bit and tie it in with what's happened over the last 3 days. So first, we're going to have another look at the Competencies Framework and see where emotional development is within the framework and why it's positioned the way it is. Then we'll talk about emotional development proper, what it is, what it means to us, and what we can do about it. And then we'll talk about ways of helping learners develop emotionally in the classroom. And we'll also look at ELT materials and examples of how this can actually be nicely weaved into the texture of your class. And the first thing to think about is actually, why have we been talking about life competencies at such length over the 3 days? People have brought up the same topic again and again from different perspectives. And the easiest way for me to probably try and answer this question would be to use this famous quote by John Lennon. But I'd like to slightly change the wording of this and say, rather than making other plans, learning English, to bring it closer to your reality, to my reality, because we're teachers, all right? Life is something that cannot be separated from what happens in our classrooms. It's part of it. It's right out of the window, but also inside the classroom. We are living our lives as we're learning English. So this is probably something that we should remind ourselves as often as we can. So we stay on top of things and we are relevant to our learners. And there are 2 things that we need to help our learners do in our English classes. First of all, to develop their English abilities. At the end of the day, that's what they're here for. They're here to learn English, to learn to communicate in a foreign language. But alongside learning English, we can also help them develop lifelong skills through English and with English that they'll need to communicate effectively in the open world. And first of all, I'd like to talk about why we communicate at all, because it's easier to talk about everything else that's coming up when you understand the context. Why do we communicate? Why do humans communicate? There are 3 main reasons why we talk and communicate. The first being transaction. So we usually need something from others. And to get what we need, we need to learn to transact with people. So transaction is the first reason for communicating with the world. The second reason is just relating to others and interacting. We are humans and we are social beings. So sometimes just keeping a conversation going is just as important without really needing anything. And the third reason we communicate with others is we want to show the world who we are. So that's self-expression. Thinking of the three reasons why people communicate, it's easier to actually move on to the idea of competencies. A competency, as it's been said already a couple of times, and I've heard the previous talks and discussions here, and a lot has been said about this. But I think I wanted to visualize this for you, so it's easier to grasp the idea of a competency when it looks like a diagram. So a competency is a combination of three essential components: knowledge, skill, and attitudes. And I'd like you to spend some time to think about your own definitions for these three words. Just grab a pen, or you can think about this quietly. Give your own definitions for these three words. How would you define knowledge, skill, and attitudes in your own words? So I'll give you a minute to think. Okay, now let's compare our ideas. First, knowledge is something that you need to do something well. In other words, knowledge for the sake of knowledge is worthless. Knowledge is only important because it enables you to do things better, to do something well. Skill is the degree of mastery of fluency in using the competency that you're trying to master. So skill is something practical, and you can get it from practice, and you can improve it till you master it. And finally, attitudes form the mindset. You have to have the right mindset in order to develop knowledge and skills. So the combination of the three makes up a competency. And if you look at the whole framework, this lovely wheel that represents the framework of life competencies, you'll see that emotional development is not part of the wheel. It's a component down at the bottom here that forms one of the foundation layers for the framework. So basically, the idea is that we cannot develop these on their own without, let's say, discipline knowledge, which is the subject matter that we teach in class. If you call it an English class, let it be an English class. We cannot just focus on competencies as such. We need to learn English. That's what we're here for. So discipline knowledge, digital literacy, surprise, surprise, all right, 21st century, and emotional development form the basis for the development of the 6 other competencies. Emotional development is the background, one of the foundation layers, helping the other 6 competencies to evolve and develop. All right. So what is emotional development? In the framework, each competency is divided into core areas. These are the broad skills and behaviors that make up each competency. So the emotional development component of the framework has 3 core areas. These are identifying and understanding emotions. We have to, first of all, name them, label them, identify them, say what they are, and then understand where they stem from, where they've, what causes the emotion, what's the reason behind it. Then we need to learn to manage our own emotions, to be in charge. And finally, showing empathy and developing relationships with others is the third component of emotional development. So name it, understand where it comes from, learn to manage it, and then use it to empathize and build relationships with others. And the third component here are the component skills. These give more clarity to exactly what is meant by each core area. So basically, these are the components that help us explain what identifying and understanding emotions stands for. So in order to identify your emotions, you need to be able to recognize and describe your emotions, understand what they are, and name them. But you also need to understand your emotions, and that is where they come from. In order to manage your emotions, you need to, first of all, learn to monitor and reflect on your own emotions. So basically, once you've learned to monitor and reflect, you can start regulating them, right? But first of all, you need to develop a certain level of understanding through reflection. All right. And finally, to be able to empathize and build relationships with others, you need to develop the other three component skills. The first is establish and maintain positive relationships with others. The word positive is very important here. Then show empathy for the feelings of others. This is not easy unless you've learned to understand and monitor and manage your own emotions. So first of all, as you see, this progression is very logical here. You learn to name it, to understand it, to manage it, and then you're ready to show empathy for the feelings of others, because you've been there, you know what it feels. And finally, you learn to support others, because empathy doesn't only mean being able to understand how others feel, it's also being able to share the emotion with them. Sometimes even share the load, the emotional load, that the experience that a person is going through. So understanding, and by the way, it's a very common problem when someone tries to share an experience and we feel the emotion, we are too fast to jump in with our own explanation, and we just say, "I know how you feel," and that's not true. That's simply not true. And you may have been in this situation before, when the other person suddenly says, "No, you have no idea how it feels." And that's in a way true, because we all experience emotions differently, but we'll talk about this later on. So this framework is also adapted to various levels and ages. And what we're looking at here is the primary framework for emotional development. You see the core areas and the key components are the same here. But what we have as teachers in the framework is examples of can-do statements. These are helpful if you want to set objectives and goals for what you're about to do with your learners in class, because you know that every class, every learning experience longer learning experience starts with a goal in mind, with an objective in mind. So in order to formulate objectives, the framework gives us some examples of can-do statements that we can include in the objectives of our class or longer learning experiences. For example, if you want to help learners recognize and develop emotions, one of the possible can-do statements would be learn to describe different emotions. So that's what learners should be able to do after some time. And then another useful component here is this suggestion of phrases and language that we as teachers and our students can use and find helpful to be able to talk about this and about each of the components, to express how we feel. So for example, if you want to describe your emotions, this phrase, the example may come in handy, and you may say, I feel really, and then add the word for a certain emotion. For example, here, I feel really bored or excited. So I'd rather focus on the positive and say, I feel really excited to be here today. All right, and so this is how the whole framework works, and this is how we can use this framework to our benefit, and how we can integrate this framework into our teaching. It's not just about the core areas, what to develop, but also the can-do statements, the little and big goals that we try to achieve within a class or some classes, all right? And then also how to say this and what phrases are appropriate for different age groups, and what we can actually suggest as useful language for learning to be able to express our emotions. All right, back to the classroom, because we're teachers. Now we're through with the framework, we understand how it works. Let's look at some strategies. The first is we need to understand that all people experience emotions in different ways. So if we want a strategy to be effective, it must fit the individual learner and the specific context. Not just the learner, but also the context we're all in. And also, we need to, as teachers, we need to coach learners in understanding and managing emotions and fostering effective relationships with others. So the target is to learn to understand and manage, and also build relationships. But every single learner in our classroom will do it differently. We cannot do it on the one-size-fits-all basis. And we also need to adapt it to our specific context. By context, we mean something very small or something very large. So it can be as little as the class that is going on, and then this class is part of the learning experience at school, and the school is part of the national network of schools and the national curriculum and the national educational system. And if you go further, we also live in a globalized world. So what happens in the world has direct or indirect influence on what happens in each class we teach. So basically, the world context can be very narrow here, the concept of context, or very wide, very broad. Okay, but what do we do? Here's an activity that you can try and use with your learners. This is a specific activity that helps learners identify and deal with emotions. And it can be approached in two different ways. The first is dealing with negative emotions. Why negative emotions? Because these are difficult to manage. So basically, what you can do as a teacher is encourage your learners to say silently or aloud, or even write down the negative emotion that they are experiencing if you feel it's the right time to talk about this. So learners can do it silently or aloud, or even write it down as they're experiencing the emotion. And what it gives you is you're able, by saying or writing the emotion, writing it down, you're able to gain certain distance from the emotion. So you distance yourself from the emotion. You are no longer part of it. You've already put it down. You've named it. You've labeled the emotion. All right. So that means you've recognized the emotion. It's not always easy to find the right words to express how you feel. But the more you do this, the easier it gets. And we have to encourage our learners to do so. All right. And once you've named, once you've voiced the emotion, the experience that you're going through, you become aware that this emotion is separate from your body and mind. An emotion is our way of reacting to an experience. It's wired into our brain. And you may know that there are 8 primary emotions. If not, then I'll just remind you of these. The 8 primary emotions are anger, sadness, fear, joy, interest, surprise, disgust, and shame. So psychologists speak about these 8 primary emotions as something that we need to learn to identify and tackle. There are also secondary emotions, and that's where it gets even more complicated. Secondary emotions are our feelings about our emotions. So once you feel something, you may have a second emotion that is a reaction to that emotion. So for example, you may feel sad, that's a primary emotion, and then suddenly feel ashamed of feeling sad because you are surrounded by happy people. So this is something that's very exciting to speak about and read about. And I hope that after today and after my talk, you'll spend more time reading about how we as people experience and show emotions and how we can talk about these. So that's the first technique. Basically, name it. To tame it means identify the negative emotion, but also distance yourself from the emotion. And there's also one very useful technique that comes from mindfulness practice. Once you're experiencing something negative, a negative emotion, you can imagine that you are the sky, and that gives you a firm ground to stand on. So basically, if you imagine yourself as the sky has always been there and will be there. All right, so this is something stable, something that gives you stability. And then you can imagine your emotions, both negative and positive ones, as clouds in the sky. And once you've understood that these are simply clouds that come and go, you can start labeling those clouds with words. So one cloud will be fear, another cloud could be joy. So once you've labeled the clouds, you can let go of them. So basically, you just imagine that they come and go. So you distance yourself from this emotion, and you understand that you yourself are not the emotion. This is just your situational reaction to what's going on, either inside you or outside. All right. So basically, this is how you can learn to recognize and name your emotions. The second part of this strategy is understanding the feelings of others, the people around you. So it's very similar to recognizing your own emotion. You do it in a very similar way, but you notice how certain people express their emotions, and you also try to name silently to yourself the emotion being felt by the other. For example, you can ask yourself, what's this person feeling right now? And then once you've understood the other person's emotion, you can start building a link, a relationship, and sharing it. Okay, so dealing with your own negative emotions, that's one thing, and the other is understanding how others feel. Name it to tame it. Don't just understand, give it a name. Think of the word that you can use to label that emotion. And when it comes to ELT materials, classroom materials, here's an example of how on the same page, this is an example from Superminds, level 6, just the right time for thinking about your emotions and other people's emotions. So there are two little little details in the text here and in the activity that suggest that we can use it to help our learners develop their emotions, develop emotionally. So first is understanding your own and other people's feelings. And if you look at the first blog here, I'd like to just quote the last 3 sentences in it. I think he's very nice. Tomorrow I'll ask him if he wants to come to my birthday party next week. Do you think he'll say yes? All right. So Katie, writing her blog, is actually thinking of building a relationship here. All right. And we can talk about this openly, overtly with our learners. The other example here is from James's blog, and it says here, I haven't made any friends, and that's boring. All right. So that's already talking about my own emotions. I'm bored. It's boring to not have any friends. All right. And then he says, I've spoken to my dad about it. He says I need to wait. I hope he's right. So there's also a concept of patience built into this blog post. And we can actually draw our learners' attention to these little things that are part of the materials that we use. The second strategy here is learning to minimize your anxiety, creating the conditions to provoke positive reactions in our students. Some learners may feel anxious in class for a variety of reasons. And anxiety causes various physical reactions as well. So our body shows how we feel. We can feel tense. Our muscles can also show anxiety. Our body posture changes. Our faces show our emotion as well. So students should be supported in recognizing these physical symptoms of their emotions and redirecting this energy into enthusiasm. If there's something gradually building up, if there's anxiety, it shows through your body. Find the place in your body where this is happening and change your body to change your mind. Sometimes, you can find a lot of interesting talks about this on TED, for example. And one of the best talks I've seen about managing your anxiety and learning to cope with your emotions is when a lady shows that simply changing your body posture can change the whole emotion that you've been experiencing so far. You can suddenly become more powerful, more in charge, more relaxed by moving your body a bit. All right. So our bodies and our emotions are interconnected, and we have to help learners understand this. And also, the second technique is building the environment in our classroom that that causes less anxiety. And this is actually about what happens as we learn. So first of all, one of the easiest ways to tackle this problem of anxiety in class is to minimize the competition between learners. Safe competition, safe levels of competition are good because humans are competitive, and young learners also like to compete a lot. But when the environment becomes too competitive, a lot of shy students can actually feel anxious because they're out of their comfort zone. When there's too much competition, introverts, for example, may feel anxious about this. So we have to, by planning what's going to happen in class, we have to make sure that there's not too much competition, there's safe competition. Besides, certain learners can also compete with themselves, but they don't have to always compete against others. By becoming a better version of yourself today and tomorrow, you're also competing with yourself. So this is safe competition, but competing against others and comparing yourself, especially to others, is not safe. So we have to plan very carefully what happens in class. And when we plan activities, we have to be careful about how much competition this is going to cause and how this will affect our learners. And the second aspect of this is practicing what we need to practice in our English class in different ways, because we're all different. Intellectually, we're not just IQs. We are a combination of different intelligence types. So certain learners will thrive during activities that require some body language. Others will show off their logical thinking skills. Others will show how good they are at nature and naming things around them. So we're all intelligent in our own ways. So we also have to plan a variety of ways of learning the same content for different learners, so they feel less anxious about the whole experience. I'm going to try this little activity with you because we have time for this. This is just something that you can do with your learners regularly. You can ask your learners to write down 3 things that went well during the day. And what's also important, even more important here, briefly describe the reason for that feeling. So something good happened today, but think about why this happened. Find the source of strength. Find the source of positive emotions in your life. So I'll give you a minute to write down one thing. We're not going to write all 3. So 1 minute to write down one good thing that happened today. Think back. And then give a reason. This step is critical. Explain why this good thing happened today. And this will boost your happiness. Okay, so one good thing that happened to you today, and why do you think this happened? And as you're thinking about the good thing that happened to you today and the reasons behind it, it's also very important to think about your own impact on that? Did the good thing that happened to you today happen because of you or because of the situation and others? Okay. And the more strength you find and the more reasons you find inside yourself, the stronger you become emotionally. All right. So you learn to create positive experiences, and you can do that regularly. Once you've understood that you are one of the reasons behind that good thing that's happened to you today, you can learn to repeat this good thing again and again. And here's an example of an activity for teenagers from another course book called Collaborate, where if you look at the activity here in part 2, learners have to choose 2 positive emotions they want to practice. So the activity is twofold. It provokes positive reactions. That's the main reason. And once you're thinking about your positive emotions that you want to increase, right, every day for a week, then you fill in a simple table as this. For example, I feel amused when my best friend tells me jokes. So this is what you can do. And this is my plan for this week. Because I feel amused when my best friend tells me jokes, this week I will ask him to tell me some jokes every day. All right? That's easy. And even younger learners can do a task like this. Maybe they will not have the right language. They will not have enough vocabulary to express that. But as an activity, it's possible with all sorts of learners of all ages. All right. So name your emotion and then say what you're going to do actively to provoke that positive emotion reaction. All right. The third strategy here is to raise awareness of how emotions can affect students. So we've talked about, first of all, understanding our emotions, and then learning to reduce anxiety. And the third step is becoming aware of how emotions can affect us. All right. And the first technique here is to build positive self-beliefs amongst our learners. Encourage them to adopt incremental beliefs about intelligence, right? Because a lot of negative self-beliefs stem from failing at something, because probably it was too early, or we haven't spent enough time and energy on something. So we didn't actually do our best. And that may lead to a negative emotion and negative self-belief. By understanding that success comes at a price, but also that we can take smaller steps towards achieving something, is even more important. So it's an incremental thing. It's not something that happens suddenly at once. And then another thing we can do is support learners in understanding how to regulate their emotions by changing their perspective. So think differently about the situation or your emotions, and this will shift your emotions. Here's a little activity that you can also do with your learners. So in this activity, learners pay attention to problems, big and small, and these problems may arise in the classroom or outside class. And the aim to engage the learners in finding the positive side of a negative situation, and also to create a habit of considering both the positive and the negative consequences of a certain action or situation. So the activity is called Find the Silver Lining. So you first of all describe the situation, something that's happened, all right? Some problem that's occurred. And then you look at both the negative side of this and the positive side of this. and you learn to shift your perception of the situation, translate something negative into something a lot more positive. So think of a situation, big or small, think of a problem you've dealt with, and then what's negative about this? How does this influence you? How does this influence the people around you? What may come out of it if we don't do anything about it? And then shift your whole perspective and think, what may be a positive consequence of this? Find your silver lining in this situation. And then once you've shifted your perception of the situation, you've become a more positive person right here and right now. And you can practice this regularly. And also, what's important here in terms of learning a language is that learners can use their language skills to verbalize the silver linings of any situation they're in. So they verbalize the silver lining of a situation to the teacher and the classmates, or they can write this down, because not all learners are happy to talk about their feelings. So shy students, quiet students may be encouraged to write it down. But anyway, they have to learn to express it some way. So they find their silver lining, either say it aloud or to themselves, or write it down. And we as teachers need to challenge learners regularly. Every time they encounter something problematic, they have to find at least one good thing about it. And this is how they build resilience over time. Here's a little example from Superminds Level 2 for young learners. So that's basically 6 or 7 year olds. And this activity, well, this is just a listening activity that helps you revise the language, a certain bit of the language that you've practiced in class. It's a little story. So this is a listening activity, but if you look carefully, what happens here is there are a lot of things that happen to the boy from the moment he gets up. So there are a lot of unfortunate things happening to him. Pictures 1, 2, 3, they're all little problems, obstacles on his way to the school. But then he finds a way to help his mom and get the keys that are under the car. All right. And then at the end of the day, his feeling shifts and he thinks, well, I love chicken, but I'm also happy. And this day wasn't as bad after all, because I've been able to help my mom. So you can do things to feel better, but you can also shift your perspective. When you review the events of the day, you can take a different perspective on what's happened. All right. So this little story can help your learners understand that no matter how bad the day was, there's always this silver lining in everything we experience. Okay, this is the silver lining. All right, another example here is from another primary course book, Power Up, Level 3. And this shows learners how to build positive self-beliefs, and especially how to adopt those incremental beliefs about intelligence. That intelligence is something that takes time and practice, and we can build our knowledge and skills with more patience, and it takes time to master something. So you see that in this particular course book, the emotional component is even labeled at the bottom of the page, and it says social and emotional skills, perseverance. So learners, through reading the story and discussing it, learners learn to become more resilient and persevere in what they do. So the three questions at the end of the reading task refocus the learner's attention to positive self-beliefs and learning to be patient and persevere. All right. So the simple questions for primary learners could be like this: what does Anastasia do every day? Why does she do this? And in the story, you learn that she practices things with her dad to become better at what she does. She's a circus girl. All right. And then the second question focuses our attention on the feelings. So how did Anastasia feel at the beginning of the story? She wasn't very happy because she couldn't do certain things. But over time, she's learned to do this with the help of others. So how does she feel now is the next question. And then what do you practice every day and why? So the focus shifts from Anastasia to our learners in class. And we think about what those little things, incremental steps that we can take every day to be better at something, to achieve something important. Okay, and the last technique is encouraging students to express their emotions. So you learn to recognize, you learn to reduce anxiety, you learn to see the silver lining, and then how do you express your emotions? So we need to create, first of all, as teachers, more opportunities to talk about them in class and out of class, because we don't always learn in class. We sometimes just go outside and spend a day visiting certain places, but this is still a learning experience. All right. So the easiest thing to do is provide our learners with the language and communication skills they need to express their emotions. Just give them the language and the phrases to express how they feel. But also we could encourage mindfulness, showing students different techniques that they can use to achieve this. And what I'm going to try with you is an example activity that's called Savor It. Now, stop for a minute and notice something enjoyable. Think about the 2 days before today and today. Look back at these first 2 days and also this morning. Think about the event you're part of today and you have been for the last 3 days. So think back, look back at the event. Remember some positive emotions you associate with the events. What made you feel happy? Try to remember little bits of the events that made you happy. And then you can use the chat window to actually share this feeling with the others. That's just as important. But to savor it, you need to stop and feel it. Relive the experience. And sometimes when you practice this with your learners, you can also shift their attention to all of the 5 senses that we have. Because it doesn't have to be only an abstract experience. We can think about something positive that's happened and then think about it and say, okay, how does it feel? Try to touch it in our minds. What is it similar to? This felt like what? For example, this felt like velvet. A speaker's voice, your revelation, your emotion. How did it feel? Compare it to something tactile. How did it feel? Maybe you can even imagine how it smells, how it tastes. We have 5 different senses, and we sometimes just limit ourselves to this abstract emotion. Say, well, I felt happy about this. How happy? How did you feel? And what did you feel? Try to connect this to all the 5 senses you have. Use at least a few different senses. Compare that experience to something you can touch, smell, taste, and not just see and hear. All right. So you'll enrich your experience. You will savor it. It's just like eating something you like, or it's going outside, a walk in the park. What do you see? What do you hear? What can you smell? Is there any taste in the air? All right. Can you touch anything on your way? And that enriches your experience, and that enriches your emotions. Okay. So to savor it, we can use an activity that you see here from level 4 of Power Up. To talk about emotions, we can do it in 2 ways. First of all, we read about the kids in the story, and we read about their emotions. So we pick up vocabulary in order to be able to talk about emotions. And then children learn about emotions by identifying the characters' feelings. And then in exercise 2A, for example, Thomas is sad, then excited, and then Valentin is sorry, then happy. So their emotions change from sad to excited, from sorry to happy, and then in the second activity, the learners have to role play an activity in exercise 2, and this time they're asked to practice expressing their emotions, showing empathy, and consoling others. So basically, well, this is an ELT coursebook, but in that coursebook, learners are practicing to, in this case, show empathy and console with others, consoling others. All right. So if you feel like exploring the topic further, I'd encourage you to find this talk, first of all, on TEDx. It's lovely, and it's about children. That's why I suggest you see this on TED one day. And then also, by going to this website, using the link here, you can download activity cards that help you and give you techniques and practical tasks, activities. This is activity cards are just collections for different age groups. So you'll find activity cards for young learners, then for teenagers, and also for adults. And they'll give you a range of activities to practice in class, including emotional development. So why not, when you go back to class, try one of these. You may want to use the ideas that you've heard about today, but you may also like to explore that further and watch the talk and then use the activity cards to take your first step towards helping your learners to develop emotionally. All right, so that's it about the topic, and now I'm happy to answer your questions if there are any.
Thank you, Andrej, for that fabulous talk. I love those practical examples you gave with the naming, the feelings, the emotions, and then now the savoring, the silver lining and the savoring activity. I was kind of reflecting on my experience for the past 3 days as being the host of this event, and I'm also an English teacher, so I'm gonna think of it as fireworks, something that is memorable, something that is causes an impact. So for me, the experience, normally we feel very happy when we are around fireworks. So I'm gonna relate my experience the past 3 days at Cambridge Day with fireworks.
All right. Okay.
I like that exercise. I like it. We do have a question
Yeah, right.
From Breno Giglio from Petrópolis, Rio de Janeiro. He
All
says,
right.
how to work emotional development in cases of bullying at school. How to
Yeah.
start this process in this delicate situation.
It is twofold, as you see. First, how it makes you feel, the one experiencing this, the learner, the person that's being bullied, and it's not just about feeling hurt, but why does it hurt you? All right. And first of all, what kind of emotion does it cause? And then work with that emotion and separate that emotion from yourself. You are the sky. The emotion is just a cloud in the sky. It'll pass, it'll go. But then you shift your perspective to the other person. What makes them feel in a way that they want to hurt you? So you can even bring that topic about and say, how does the bully feel? Why do people do these terrible things to others? Why do they think hurting others will help them feel better about themselves? So we can talk about this. We can start we can start from afar. We can talk about stories. We can talk about other people that are not part of the group, and we can just focus on the emotions, both of the person experiencing this and the person who's the bully. And sometimes our actions are just not sometimes, but very often our actions are just how we express emotions. So this is an expression of an emotion, and that emotion was, we can clearly understand, a very negative one. But by naming that emotion, we can understand where it stems from. So first of all, name the emotion of the bully, all right? And then say, what makes that person feel that way? So where does this emotion come from? And then very often the bully will feel bad about hurting others because they realize they've probably been hurt by someone else. So they're just releasing their negative energy on someone who they feel is weaker, physically weaker. But that same person can be emotionally stronger than them, and that person can actually ask this question very openly. Why do you feel so hurt? Why does it hurt inside so badly that you are willing to hurt others rather than work with yourself and on yourself, right? So it's not an easy topic. There's also a lot of professional help that we sometimes need from psychologists, child psychologists to help us. But we can actually make our learners think about this by bringing stories about bullying into class and talking about them, discussing both sides of the problem, the person who's being hurt and the bully, and especially naming the emotion, understanding the reason why this happened, what causes that emotion, and then thinking about techniques and strategies to tackle that problem. What do you do to shift your perspective to a more positive one? What can you actually do? Yeah. So what happens, why it happens, and then what you can do to change this. Right.
Excellent. Well, thank you again, Andres. And before you go, what message would you leave us teachers for our emotional development for the future?
Okay. Whatever happens in class or out of class, you are the sky. And the positive and negative emotions are just clouds, and they'll come and go, they'll pass. So savor the moment, look at the positive clouds in your sky, remember those experiences, and take them with you if you like, because they'll give you strength and energy to move on. and let just the negative clouds go. Let go of those negative emotions, because they will not help you in any way. They'll just stop you in what you do.
What a beautiful message. Thank you, André. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
See you soon. During the past 2 days, we've launched the new Game Changer series, a course book developed by Brazilian and for Brazilian secondary students. We've seen fabulous digital resources for teachers, and today I give you digital tools for students.
Bom, e é claro que o aluno também é contemplado com esses componentes digitais. Então existe o Practice Extra, que são atividades rápidas, diferentes daquelas atividades e exercícios que a gente tem no material impresso. São exercícios pensados para que os alunos tenham uma consolidação em um tom mais dinâmico e rápido, levando muito em consideração o tipo de navegação que esse aluno já está acostumado com os dispositivos móveis, com o celular e com o tablet, já que ele pode fazer essas atividades do Practice Extra através do celular dele ou do tablet.
At the end of every activity, students are graded and given a score so that they can see how well they have done. Finally, there are also games that students can use to practice vocabulary or grammar.
Existe também uma pasta de audio file, então todos os áudios ficam disponíveis em formato MP3, os alunos não precisam mais de CD.
The ebook is the digitalized version of the student book and workbook. This digitalized version includes the video and the audios. Another very important digital tool for students is Collaboration Plus. The students will be able to work together on projects, listening activities, speaking activities that they will plan, organize, and upload into the platform. They will also have the supervision of the teacher, and they will get feedback from him or her.
I'll bet they'll go crazy with those games and learning English at the same time. Before we announce the big trivia quiz winner, Cambridge Day 2021 is celebrating 20 years. Its 20th anniversary. And this is also a moment to celebrate us teachers who are a fundamental part of this event. Here is a video made by Cambridge talking about what is a teacher made of.
Desde os 12 anos eu sabia que inglês era a minha paixão. E a outra paixão que eu tinha era de ajudar as pessoas. Falei, bom, dar aula é uma coisa que eu vou conseguir fazer.
O que eu imagino que o professor é feito, né? Para mim, agora que eu sou professora, acho que o professor é feito de paixão.
Para mim ficou muito claro como o primeiro ingrediente.
O professor não é uma pessoa sozinha. Eu acho que o professor é feito é um pouquinho de cada um que passa por ele. Então, o professor é feito de café, pãozinho quente.
Porque eu sou uma pessoa que fora daqui vê televisão, chora. Um professor é feito de muitas memórias, algumas difíceis e muitas delas são maravilhosas. O professor é feito de bastante coragem.
Os professores também são feitos de insegurança e de medo.
Se eles acharem que eu não estou ajudando.
O professor é feito de frustração e reinvenção.
Como consultor acadêmico da Cambridge, uma das coisas que eu tenho mais conversado com esses professores diz respeito a essas incertezas que todo mundo está passando.
Um professor é feito de aprender para ensinar.
O mais importante para mim, muita e uma profunda humanidade.
Um professor é feito de amor, de muito amor.
Eu estudo inglês há 2 a 3 anos. Eu admiro essa profissão porque pode definir uma vida de uma pessoa, né? Um professor.
Mais do que qualquer coisa, é gratificante demais.
O carinho que eles têm pela gente, nossa, a gente fica assim com o coração lá é cheio, estufado, peito estufado e um sorriso no rosto que não tem preço. Eu faço porque eu tenho muito carinho, porque eu amo fazer isso.
Eu não me vejo fazendo outra coisa. Eu acho que fazer a diferença na vida dos outros e ajudar as pessoas a chegar em algum lugar, isso é por isso que eu me mantenho professora.
I guess that was the heartwarming message we all could use in this moment where we're going to start a new semester. So thank you, Cambridge, for that celebration of us teachers. Now it's time for our Spin to Win segment. And we're going to have a caller, I think. You'll get a chance to see my pandemic outfit again. And if you're just coming in now and you have no idea why I'm dressed like this, my outfit is inspired in our home office pandemic style, okay? And I think we have a caller on the line. Don't say hello, say Cambridge Day. It's ringing.
Cambridge Day, yay!
Yay! Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my
Welcome
dear.
to Spin to Win. What's your name?
My name is Leonardo Tonasso. I'm talking from Limeira, São Paulo is the countryside, and I'm very excited to participate.
Very nice, Leonardo. Welcome to our event. Did you have a good time on Cambridge Day?
Yes, it's been amazing. I will never be thankful enough to say how glad I am to participate and to learn and to connect with these people, the knowledge, and it's been awesome, fantastic.
I know how you feel. I've been 7 years feeling this sensation. Fantastic. Leonardo, do you have a specific prize you would like to win?
Oh, anything would be amazing, but I don't know. So, in-use a series book, a teacher development book, or whatever. So everything's gonna be
All right,
nice.
you like to read. You like to read. I can see that. Okay, let's spin to win.
Let's go.
All right.
Amazing.
See what Leonardo will get.
Okay.
What is that? What is
I guess it's blue, yeah?
Is it blue? Is it yellow? Should I spin again? It's blue? Okay. People here are telling me it's blue. So you win a Cambridge online course.
Yes, good, good.
Congratulations, Leonardo.
Thank you,
Cambridge will
thank
be
you.
in touch with you to deliver your prize, make the arrangements for your online course. Thank you so much for being with us during the event and for participating in our Spin to Win.
Okay, I must say thank you, and it was a pleasure to participate. May God
Thank
bless
you.
you all.
Thank you. All right. I'll be back. All right. Now I really am a talk show host. What time is it? What time is it? Oh my. It's time to announce our trivia quiz winner. Let's check out the leaderboard. Let's see our leaderboard. Let's see. Oh my. It says that in first place is Alessandra Martinez. Alessandra, are you there? Is Alessandra there?
Yeah. Hi.
Hello.
Hello, Cambridge Day. Hi there.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It was wonderful.
Was it? You are
Yeah.
first place on our trivia ranking. How was it?
Thank
How was
you.
the feeling of playing?
I love trivias, you know. I use them frequently in classes, because I think they're very engaging. And when I had the chance, it was like, wow, I'm really going to participate.
Fantastic. Alessandra, where are you watching us from?
I'm from Campinas, São Paulo, near Limeira.
I'm from Campinas too.
Yeah.
I'm living in Campinas right now too. Fantastic.
Nice.
So, Alessandra, did you enjoy our Cambridge Day?
I loved it. And it was wonderful to see the last talk today, because I was talking to students in the morning exactly about that, like empathy, and how to deal with different situations. So the links are always there, So I really loved it.
And he gave so many practical ideas for us to use in the classroom. It was amazing.
Exactly.
All right. So, Alessandra, I'm happy to tell you that you are the winner of this ASUS i5 8GB laptop.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cambridge University Press will be in touch with you.
Okay.
To deliver your laptop. Maybe I'll even take it myself for you.
Yeah, why not?
And we'll make a picture of it, as I'm in Campinas, so maybe I'll take it to you myself. And thank you so much for playing the trivia and for participating with us. And I hope you've enjoyed it.
Yes, I did. Thank you very much for all the talks and, of course, the prize as well.
Fantastic. Alessandra, because you are the winner, you'll get a chance to spin our spin to win as well. You're going to get a chance to get another prize. Yes.
Okay, great.
All right, Alessandra, let's spin to win. Do you have another prize you want to win? Let me see the prizes.
I really don't know, but
you
like
won a
anything.
laptop already,
Yeah,
right?
I won a laptop. Yeah, but anything will be great.
All right, let's spin to win. Let's see if you're really lucky and get this started. You win a Cambridge goodie bag.
Yeah.
You love a good goodie bag full of stationaries and things that we love.
Lovely.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
A goodie bag. Thank you, Alessandra, for being with us. I'll see you soon.
Okay, see you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow, it's been an amazing afternoon already, and we still have a bit more to come. Let's check out what's coming up next on our agenda. Where's our agenda? There it is. At 5 o'clock now, Fleur is here to talk to us about approaching active learning. Then at 6 o'clock, we'll talk to Ação da Cidadania, the institution that we're going to make our donations from this event. And then at 6:15, to close off our event, we'll have a talk about the future of digital teaching and learning with Hayo Reinders. And now, as I told you, coming back to the education show, we have Fleur McLennan and her talk on approaching active learning. Welcome to the Education Show, Fleur.
Hi, Rebecca. Hi, everyone.
It's a pleasure to have you with us.
I would love to be in Brazil right now.
Would you? It's very cold today here. It's not very Brazilian today.
That's okay. I'm in Cambridge and it is pouring with rain, just like it does nearly every day. So
you should come when it's summer and when things are calmer, I guess.
I like the shade. I like the shade with perhaps a cold beverage in my hand. You know,
right.
yeah.
Fantastic. Fleur, how do you think education is, schools are going back to normality right now?
Good question. So I think they are going back to normality. The real question is, should they go back to normality? Things have changed, and it would be my personal view, it'd be a mistake to go back to the way we were doing things before, because that wasn't working for everybody. Most of all teachers. I am a teacher, so I know this pressure, this stress. So I think we've been handed a little opportunity here for us to change the way we do things. Yeah.
Wow, I like that. I like the way we started off this talk. And your talk is about active learning. And I'm quite curious to know, what is active learning?
Active learning is an approach to teaching. It's not something that you have to do all the time. It's just a way of kind of connecting the things that Paul and John and Andre were talking about. You know, they talked a lot about anxiety and how anxious the kids are. Well, anxiety is really good. Okay, it's really good, because if you didn't feel anxiety, you might be showing that you're dead. So anxiety is normal, it's natural, it's the brain's way of saying, hey, I don't feel good here. And actually communicating that with kids is also really important, but also embracing discomfort. So active learning, what it does is picks around the edges of interest and engagement. Now, I've been watching the comments and a lot of teachers talking about students that won't turn the cameras on. Well, we're going to talk about that and perhaps give some reasons why that happens as well, and some ways that you can change it in your classroom, whether it be face-to-face, whether it's online, whether it's blended. So, you know, I can only offer possibilities. You guys have to go on and try it for yourselves. Yeah.
That's fantastic. I'm so excited to hear and to see what you're going to show us today and share with us. Fleur, I'll leave you to it. I'll see you in a little bit, okay?
Okay, Rebecca, I have one
talk.
question for you though. Can you be active in this learning session? Because sometimes I find it difficult to swap between my screens, so I might need you to monitor the comment box. Would that be possible?
Sure, that'd be okay. That'd be fine.
Okay, right. Just to put you on the spot and keep you in the
Yeah,
moment.
very practical talk. I like it. I like it. Count me in.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. Let's get this show on the road. So today we are going to be looking at approaching active learning. It's a wonderful way of actually bringing together all the things that previous presenters have been talking about. So my first question for you, before we even begin, is in just 3 words, can you describe what this last year of teaching has been like for you? Okay, in your circumstance. So just pop it in the comment box. I'm going to get Rebecca on the case and she's going to tell me what you're all talking about in a moment. So as you're thinking about these 3 words, you know, a lot of it is about embracing this new discomfort that we've been led to live without any choice. And our question for ourselves is, can we adapt to it? And if we say, yes, we're going to embrace the challenge, then how do we start? So I'm going to help you to tackle some of the changes which seem overwhelming. You know, it does seem overwhelming. But we're going to play with language today. We're going to play with things, and we're going to maybe learn some new things, or maybe look at some old things in a new way. So, Rebecca, what have we got on the comment boxes coming through? What do you think?
We have lots of words, Fleur,
Yeah.
but the ones I've seen the most are challenging, tiring, creative, an amazing roller coaster. I love that one.
Yeah.
An amazing roller coaster, game-changing,
Yeah.
learning, improving, stressful, mind-blowing. I fit into all of these words as well. I can easily use my experience in all of these words at the same time. Overwhelming, I think, a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Soul searching, wow.
Yeah.
Transforming, what a good opportunity. Rewarding, fascinating in a way.
Yeah. Wonderful. So actually, you know, I'm a language teacher and I love words. I love language and I love expression. So without even trying to get you involved, you've involved yourselves. So I've not asked you to think about specific ways and how you want to talk. I've simply asked you to provide me with 3 words that give you opportunity for self-expression. And isn't that a nice active way of me sitting back for a moment, having a lovely time, and you guys doing all the work for me, which is kind of what it's like when you've got active learning, but it's about working with your students when you feel that flow, you feel that hum in the classroom when everything's going right. So let's have a look at the aims for our session today. We are going to look at how teaching and learning has changed. You've heard it from other people that have been talking today as well. But we're going to look specifically on how it's affected things to do with language and how that affects things like attention and memory. And what we're going to do along the way is we're going to model some ways of bringing in that blended learning, things that are suitable for both online, face-to-face and in between, because we just don't know when we might be all in lockdown again. I know here in the UK, we've only been 1 week out of restrictions and things are going a little bit strangely at the moment. So we just don't know what the future's going to bring for us. So we need to have that toolkit ready so that we can pull out the things that we do best at the drop of a hat. Because what we've been doing for the last year is quaranteaching, And we've learned some things in the last year. And I'm going to talk about 6 of the things that we've learned. So the most important one for me, perhaps, was time, because in many cases, including my own, we were expected to switch to online learning with very little notice or time to prepare for it. I think I had about 8 hours from being told I was going online to actually delivering my first lesson. It's made it really difficult for many teachers who have not used online platforms, and they were expected to be expert on it and begin teaching with it with little or no support at all. Time still remains an issue for online and blended learning. The Open University's just completed a study on creating content, and it suggested that it takes about 100 hours of work to produce good quality online content. So 100 hours of work to produce about 10 hours of quality online content. So the practicalities of teaching online has meant that teachers have moved into a bit of a survival mode of teaching, and we kind of do what we can when we can. But it's also had a really significant impact on the way that teachers are doing their jobs, because time while we're in lockdown literally lost meaning. There was no end to the working day. And I don't know about some of you out there, but I'm a parent as well. So I had my own children with me while I was trying to teach teenagers as well. It was really difficult to manage. The other thing that I noticed was this idea about access. So online learning, when we're doing it only online, also suggests that everyone has equal access to this technology, and they don't have to share devices, or there's no competition within the family for parents that might be working from home or other siblings that might need it to do their lessons. It kind of also implies that families and teachers as well have the internet connections that are fast enough to allow for interactive remote learning. So flexibility in how we teach students becomes the most important element in ensuring that learning is actually happening. And it's through arrangements that allow access to be achieved more easily. So if you've got students that don't have access, can you print it off and send it to them in the post? Can it be pre-recorded on a PowerPoint and delivered via email so it can be watched in their own time? And this also supports students that have processing difficulties, learning difficulties, because they can stop and start it as well. But sometimes even just a simple phone call, that maintenance of the social realm, the social domain, really helps with connecting students back into the role of student and us with this idea of teaching too. That kind of connects to the next point about motivation or lack of motivation. Sometimes this motivation comes through as resilience, but for me, motivation and resilience was really, really tough at times. You know, I was always thinking, how do I stay strong and how do I stay ready to teach when so many things were uncertain and worrying? So we did find a way, though. I watched endless clips on social media of teachers coping with anxiety and fear. We had teachers singing, we had teachers clapping, we had teachers making noise on their balconies, having virtual discos in their rooms. We all laughed, we all cried, we all felt desperate sometimes. But we all stayed strong for our students because we are actually their motivating force, whether we like it or not. Because for them, teachers don't have feelings. So we are stable and we're dependable to them. We are the thing that remains the same. And they need us to be that way because it motivates them and shows them how to be resilient. So when we're talking about resilience, we need to consider progress, this endless assessment and progress cycles and what we're looking for. But the way that we actually monitor students became a real focus in Quarren teaching. And it will continue to be that way as we move forward into and out of various phases in similar fashion. Because traditional ways of monitoring, like testing and exams, they're very difficult to achieve, and assessment for learning and active learning became the way that we could see progress in our learners. It wasn't official, it wasn't a grade, it wasn't, an exam or a test, but watching our students, watching them interact with them was the way that we monitored progress. Did they get the concept? Have they understood? Can they demonstrate it? And this is really important because it should lead us to rethink about how we monitor students for the future. And more importantly, for what purpose are we monitoring them? Because we need kind of a rapid change in pedagogy and we need an adaptation to the formality of monitoring. Okay, we do. We have opportunity right in our hands now to think about how we do things and make the changes. Because alongside monitoring progress is this idea of managing content. It never goes away for any teacher. And considering the challenges that we've had of time and access and motivation, exams and formal assessments are still an expectation, but the traditional timelines and methods of delivery have completely changed and they're still not back to normal yet. So it'll probably continue in this way for a while in the future. I know it is in the UK at least. So as teachers, we perhaps need to take a few more risks here and change the way we do things to manage the content in new ways like never before. And we're going to explore some of these in upcoming slides. So managing content, let's talk about managing parents. I am a parent. Parents are great mostly. I really want to think of parents in a positive light. They want the same thing we do. They want the best for their children. But most of them aren't teachers. And actually they're juggling their own workloads, their own worries, their own fears. So I think teachers perhaps need to pay attention to things that the parents are least likely to help with when it comes to home learning, online learning, or even back in the classroom. And these things are mostly to do with independent learning and perhaps homework as well. So if we're going to have independent tasks and homework tasks, they need to be suitable and kind of flow with the family. Because in a lot of cases, it's probably unlikely that English will be the first language at home. So we need to be mindful of that and perhaps promote a skill rather than the target language. So, for example, promote discussion and note-taking in English that involves the parent, perhaps speaking Portuguese, but translated into English. This could be something like interviewing the parent about when their child was born or what life was like in the 1990s, but even simple things like reading out loud to the parent in English can also be useful. And perhaps when dinner is being prepared, because the parent has time for that speech to be said in the background as they're making dinner. So the rise of quaranteaching. I've got some questions for you people. Let's have some comments come through. What's your experience of quaranteaching been like? Rebecca, I'm going to get you on the case as the comments come through. And what have been your advantages and your disadvantages while you've been in quaranteaching in your blended learning scenarios? Let me know what you think. I'd love to hear.
Let's see. Fleur, let me just ask you, are you going to make a slide presentation?
I thought I was. Oh dear.
I think you need to put your slides in presentation mode.
Okay. I see, this is one of the disadvantages of quaranteaching.
There you go. Now we can see it.
Am I here? Right. Okay. What about now? Am I doing it?
I think you need to click on presentation mode.
Is it doing it now? No.
Yes. No. We can see your slides. We can see your slides. It's just not in presentation mode. So, in this way, it's better than no slides. So, let me see what people have said.
Yeah.
I've been doing fine. I'm getting good at quaranteaching. I love that, quaranteaching.
Yeah.
Let's see. It has been awesome. Lots of learning. Disadvantages: the lack of human touch. Advantages: time saving and tech friendly.
Yeah.
for teachers who are tech friendly, right? That's
Yeah.
an advantage. For teachers who aren't tech friendly, it's a big disadvantage. A big disadvantage is the lack of participation from most students, Cristiane Del Arco says.
Yeah. This is the world over. You know, teachers are talking about this the world over. It is absolutely amazing. It's not unique to Brazil. It's everywhere. Yeah.
Lady Annie Diaz, she says, my experience with online teaching. Kids, they're great. Teenagers, not so much. I love the honesty.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
After the initial fear, look at this. After the initial fear, I enjoyed quaranteaching a lot.
Yeah, I wonder why did you enjoy quaranteaching? You know, this is really interesting because I enjoy it as well. You know, I do feel anxious before we start, and obviously we have technical issues like my PowerPoint isn't working, but I really enjoy it most of the time. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So I'm wondering
if you go down your slides, we'll be able to see them now, okay?
Okay. Can you see the one that I've got right now?
It says reflect and comment.
It sure does. So I'm going to try changing the slide. Is that working?
No. Are you on the PowerPoint presentation?
I sure am. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're moving there you go. Now you changed it. There you go.
Oh dear, right.
What
So
makes great quarantine teaching? That's it?
yeah, what makes great
Good.
quarantine teaching?
Thank
So
you.
shall I just leave it on this one then so that everyone can see?
I think so. I think so.
Okay, that's great. Let's work with it. You know, we can deal with everything in general. So actually what makes quarantine teaching great is exactly what you've been talking about. You know, your teacher knowledge doesn't go away just because you're using a different forum. What makes a good quarantine teacher is the same thing that always made a good teacher, was a really strong understanding of the subject. But what we do need to take care with is the quality of instructions. They need to be more clear than what we have previously kind of walked into a classroom and done. And they need to be very sequential. This is really important so that students can follow, because they don't always listen to us. Oh, what a surprise, but they don't listen to us. So those quality of instructions, we're going to talk about them in a moment actually, is really important in keeping that flow happening as well. Also bringing together this idea of a class climate. This was very, very difficult for my year 12 class. So my 16-year-olds, they wouldn't put their cameras on, they wouldn't talk, they wouldn't interact. There was no class climate. And sometimes it was like clawing through treacle in order to finish the lesson. But I always got really positive emails from them afterwards saying that they'd learnt a lot. It's putting out the care and concern for their social and emotional well-being. They're only young. They probably can't fully understand the situation. So it's about saying that you care and showing that you care. For me, it's always my sense of humor to try and help them get through. But also we have to keep that classroom management there, because we have to promote that responsibility and collaboration. You know, the Cambridge attributes here, responsibility and collaboration really, really matter when it comes to being online, face-to-face, or actually in a mix of both. But also we have this idea that teacher belief. So what we have inside us, and in that beautiful video that we had just before I came on, talking about what teachers are courageous, and teachers believe in positive things and the ability of every student. And we try to avoid deficit models, try to avoid ways of thinking you can't do this or you haven't done that. We need to move on from that, you know. It's really, really important to avoid that deficit model. Otherwise, we have students that turn off their motivation. They turn off what they need to do, and they don't learn. Okay, so I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen out there, whether you were primary school or high school, but this was my general experience of online learning. You know, I would watch my daughters go and do their primary school lessons, and it was going bananas in the classroom with all these kids shouting and not paying attention, and the teacher really struggling to settle them down. Whereas my lessons, on the other hand, weren't always happening like this. So I think what we have is there's this exuberance of primary school students, and then this kind of, maybe it's lack of self-confidence when it comes to secondary school. If I got students to actually turn their cameras on, they would kind of forget that they were on camera, and they would be kind of looking at their skin and stuff like that in the camera, and I would be saying, oh, I can see that. So it was a very interesting and different experience for everyone. So I hope you have a laugh with this particular slide, because it is my experience for sure of online teaching. So let's turn our attention to attention. So there are 6 key things that attention does in our brains. So these are the things that you have to keep in mind when you are talking about or thinking about teenagers in particular. You know, what is the impact of disrupted education on learning? Well, I'm pretty sure that you would have noticed two main issues coming through in your students. There was a lack of attention and their language decreased. The bad news is that one actually impacts on the other. But the good news is that both can be reactivated with active learning. And the way that we do it is by looking at certain strategies to get that attention to expand and build onto it. We're going to be modeling some of it. So when it comes to levels of language, they will have been affected by lockdown and continued social restrictions. This is generally going to have a negative impact on learning. So it's going to slow that learning right down. In a home learning environment, perhaps where only Portuguese is spoken, there might be very little opportunity for the students to practice the speaking and interacting in a contextual environment. So this might actually result in language regression or more behavioral cues. So they might be more reluctant to speak in English or engage in their lessons. So I think in these kind of extraordinary times that we have, we need to rethink what we want to achieve out of lessons with our students and perhaps focus on supporting their social and emotional well-being, like just welcoming them for turning up into our online sessions or face-to-face sessions, instead of drilling that language competence. Because, and here we lead on to the second point, language is a social process. Andre was talking about that in the last session. And because language is such a social process, it's so endemic to us as humans, we need it to be maintained for continued brain development, for our continued development. But this also involves working memory, which stores information temporarily in your short-term memory. But environmental factors, stress, emotional situations, and boredom, they actually affect how language is stored. But perhaps the biggest issue we have is maintaining that attention, because as there is little, if any, learning that can be achieved if attention is not given, we need to understand that attention is necessary to understand how second language acquisition is formed. So going back to the previous slide, those were the 6 ideas we have. The problem with bilingual learners, it's not really a problem, it's just an interesting quirk, really. Research suggests that the first language and the second language are not necessarily in different parts of the brain. So working memory capacity for learning in English may already be full by the time that a language lesson actually comes along. So to put it simply, there's just no room left in the brain for any new learning. And the second language, English, is effectively overshadowed by the first language because it's easier, because it's a pattern of learning that's easier. And it provides less interference with the ability to acquire new information. This can lead to blocking, where the learner only attends selectively to things in the first language, and it actually blocks the attention to the second language, which makes learning a language in lockdown, lots of L's there, makes it really, really difficult and a struggle. And I bet you would have seen that as well in your own lessons. So let's look at some really simple strategies. Okay, the big, glaring news item is language learning happens across all subject areas. If you're a physics teacher, you teach language. If you're a maths teacher, you teach language. So support your language teachers, help them out. Teach with metaphors, teach with similes, help them bring in that love of language into classrooms. Simple strategies if you're online, blended, or face-to-face. If you've got a really important concept that you need to have it reinforced, you need to have you need to have a second way of showing it. So perhaps that might be in an online media clip or a news item or something that is different from just teaching them. You also need to be really strategic, be specific in what you want them to achieve. So things like short stimulating activities, quizzes and reviews, but make them games, because I love that idea of not being competitive. KWL charts are also amazing to track progression, but not in a formal way. That's what do you know, what do you want to know, and what have you learned? But also even more gentle than that, if you're a language teacher, consider using a language journal, a language learning journal, where they write in English about, it's almost like a diary, things that they've experienced, and connect it to their personal thoughts, their personal understandings. Okay, so I'm going to model an example for you in how we can use mathematics in language. So Rebecca, I'm going to get you on the case in a moment. And my first question is, can you see the text on the right-hand side of the screen quite clearly?
Yes, we can.
That's fabulous, because what we're going to do is I've got a series of prompt questions down the side, but I really want to focus on this idea of mathematics. How many numbers are in this poem? How can we apply mathematics? Get on those comments. Tell me what you can see. How many characters are there in total? If you're not into mathematics, what do you see when you look at that text? What does it make you think? What questions do you have about it? So I'm not looking for a solution, people. I'm looking for your thoughts. So hop on those comments. Maybe we've got some things coming through. Rebecca, let me know.
All right, I'm monitoring here. Let's see.
Well,
Creativity. Use your creativity. Paul and John talk to us today.
Yeah.
Get out of your comfort zone. 5 or 6 numbers.
There are 5 or 6
The
numbers.
word one.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Metric.
Mm.
I can't think mathematically, see?
We
People
can
are on
think
it.
mathematically because there are numbers there. Can you see the numbers? They're represented in 2 ways. If not, just read the other comments.
I am hopeless at maths. Oh my.
Oh, sweetheart, me too.
A leaf falls loneliness. Somebody created a poem with the numbers and the letters.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
And because it's kind of like falling. Interesting.
Did you just come up with that then, Rebecca?
Yeah, I just thought about it because I'm looking at it and it looks like something is falling. It could be a leaf.
Oh,
because of the L's and the E's. Nice.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Interesting. So actually, as we come through this idea, it doesn't matter whether you're good at mathematics, whether you're not so good at mathematics. It was a building on effect. So somebody started the conversation and then it took on a life of its own. And then, Rebecca was like, oh yeah, it's kind of falling. And yes, it is. And yes, it does. And yes, it is a leaf falling. Okay, so how do we read mathematics? We start with the brackets, okay? So if we start with the bracket, we've got, and if we write it out going across the page, we have a, L-E-A-F, F-A-L-L-S, close brackets, a leaf falls, okay? And then outside of the brackets, we have loneliness. But if we just taught it like that, because this is a great poem to use, by the way, in mathematics as well as languages, we would take the fun and beauty out of discovery. Okay, so the poem is a great activity for students to use language awareness to decode what the poem is talking about, or what the text is talking about. They will most certainly reject the writing to begin with. So that's where we had our people going, I don't do mathematics. No. Yeah, but actually, this is a normal reaction. They reject the writing. They say it's too hard. But then we encourage them to ask questions about it. For example, how do we apply the rules of mathematics to the poem? What numbers are present? What do we know about those numbers? Okay, so teachers could encourage other inference strategies as well by modeling think aloud strategies, which is what I was doing with you, or perhaps posing questions that link to language features, such as structure or punctuation or lack of punctuation, or theme or imagery. This text is really short, but it's really complex. It unfolds itself the more it's discussed. Students might notice that there are a total of 22 characters, and in the middle of the poem is the number 11. They might bring up ideas about prime numbers, or numbers that mirror, or discuss the meaning of 11, or discuss the meaning of 1. The context of the poem is very important, but in telling the students what the poem is actually about and how it was written, it gives away how it's supposed to be read, and it does actually lose some of its magic. So this poem was by a poet called E.E. Cummings, a post-war poet, and he decided that language wasn't simple or maybe complex enough to suit his needs for his expressions in his poetry. So he deliberately played with lexis, with syntax, with structure, with grammar, and he came up with these extraordinary forms. But most importantly, he wrote it on a really old typewriter, and it was missing the letter L. So he had to substitute it with a 1. So, you know, it's a wonderful poem, but it has a really practical understanding behind it. The 1 is simply a substitution for L. And we have maths and language there in one beautiful section. So when we're teaching inference, we're teaching explicitly about important ways of looking at old things in a fresh way. Active learning is about getting the students to love what they do. It's not only that, it's about differentiating based on what the task is, okay, and the progress that they make within the task to do with language. Inference strategies make the learning of language really rich because they connect it to prior knowledge and prediction strategies that students have been taught since they began school. You know, they will on some level be able to decode and guess at answers because they have been taught to examine language in various ways. But discussing how they got those meanings is what makes learning rich and quickly increases vocabulary. It increases contextual knowledge through the sharing of ideas. And I've got a few things coming up on the slides which will help you. But in order to make the learning happen, we have to get those instructions down, okay? They have to be clear. And in the rush to move online, we really produced far too many independent tasks that actually didn't really help our students to progress their learning, because families were often left to fill in the instructional gaps. And we have to remember that most parents are not teachers. So modern ways of teaching and learning may not be anything like the experiences of many parents and families. So very clear instructions are absolutely essential to successful learning. Carefully sequenced instructions and appropriate scaffolding strategies deepen understandings and help students to acquire skills more successfully than just recall and replication of knowledge. Active learning pushes away from that. So when we have this next Lovely task. I love this task. Okay. You've got to plan your questions as well as planning your instructions. So on the comment box, on the chat box, what is this object? Rebecca, I'm going to get you to talk to me. What do you think this object is as we have the answers come in? What is this object?
Is it used to, I have two guesses, or it's used for cooking, or it's used for washing clothes. I don't know.
Maybe. I could see how you could see that. Not quite,
I've seen in movies, like a long time ago, people used like these things to hit the clothes while they were washing the clothes.
Okay, so right there, what you're doing there is you're connecting it to prior knowledge. You're connecting it to things you've seen before.
That's true. I can't come up with something that I've never seen before, right?
Yeah.
So something to make pasta, a potato slicer. What else do we have? To cut paper.
Ooh.
To print, a pasta roller. Hit the children. Oh my word.
It's Friday.
Lots of people are saying to make pasta.
Yeah, do you know that comes up a lot. If we actually put this in the classroom, a lot of our students probably don't have that prior knowledge that Rebecca had, for example, and they'll probably go, I don't know, and they just want to move on. No, just tell me what it is, because this is what everybody out there in the audience wants now. They want me to say what it is. But actually, I need to change my question, because my question actually led you to an end point, not a starting point. And I want to stimulate your curiosity. So my question is, how might this object have been used? How might this object have been used? Now tell me what you think. So what you'll start to be doing as you're typing out your answers is you'll be starting to notice the details that tap into your prior knowledge, just like Rebecca did. It will also increase your ability to answer the question. Okay, so if we've got new answers coming through.
Saying printer, something to print. Silk screen. Interesting.
Yeah. So I'll put you out of your misery, people. Okay. This is actually an old way of making tablets. So you put the powdered medicine onto the flat part and you use the roller forward and back to actually push it into a rolled form. And then it dropped through on the what would you call that? The stripy things. My words desert me. And then it drops into the tray as a little pill. And it was used in pharmacies for many, many, many years.
Oh my.
Yeah, amazing. I know. And I made it black and white because it just, makes people think that it's really old. But this one came from the 1970s. So it's a very interesting thing. So when we're talking about questions, when we're trying to build that curiosity, my question for you is, do you plan your questions in advance? It's a rhetorical question. You don't need to answer it. Just think about it for your own practice, because effective teaching involves not just asking the questions. You need to ask the right type of questions. And these are questions that probe for depth and understanding from our students. But similarly, we also need to check that we have planned our instructions and questions for the instructions to make sure that every student understands what we want. So this is that second point. We've got CCQs, concept check questions. And I'm going to run through this with you really quickly. They're really useful to see if everyone understands what the instructions are and understands what the task is. So the protocol is quite simple. After giving the students the task, you then ask 3 questions only. And the easiest way is to make them yes or no answers to help your language learners. For example, I'm going to model it now. Class, I want you to write a paragraph about the main event in this story. So my first question, are we writing about the main event? Hopefully everyone's going to say yes. My second question is, are we writing a story? No, we're not writing a story. Brilliant. They know what they're writing about and they know what style to write in. Okay, my third question is, do we want to write a paragraph? Yes, good. They know how much writing is required of them as well. So these questions also need time for the students to process that language and form an appropriate response. It also avoids the, I don't know, response, okay? That really, it's just, it's a very teenage response. I had it myself once, back when dinosaurs roamed the earth. So probing questions might sound like these as well, to try and bring them out of their apathy. Is there a different way of saying the same thing? Can you explain to me how you worked that out? Do you think this is true for everyone or just some people? How does this answer compare to that answer? And the main idea is that you're checking formatively for what they've understood rather than if they have understood. Okay, really important way of looking at it there. So when we're looking at getting that learning happening, bringing out those models and those scaffolds, you don't need to use them in every lesson for every student, but this is a way of supporting our kids, our students that need a little bit of extra help. And it can work from very advanced students right through to students who have learning difficulties. So I'm going to run through a very, very quick one with you. This is so simple. We're going to look at a model of writing that will guide students as they begin to practice and build on their own ways of expression. Very importantly, models are already completed and they show students what a good one looks like, or maybe even what a bad one looks like. But a scaffold is actually supporting those learners as they attempt to do the independent practice. So I'm going to model a think aloud strategy with you as we run through the scaffolded writing. So this is called Front the Writing. It's by, in a book called, it's on my shelf here, Teach Like a Champion by Doug Lemov. Really exciting to read, particularly in its support of language learners. So this writing has 3 phases to it. In the first phase, language learners engage with the question in a pre-writing task. So you can see it has first writing there. And everyone has to write something. And this needs to be time limited. Maybe 2 minutes is a good time. In phase 2, this is open discussion or group discussion. Depends on how your classroom works, really. Because what this group discussion does is it facilitates broader knowledge of the question. It gives the learners options to add on or to refine their ideas further. And this should also be timed as well, but give it a good chunk of time, a good 10 minutes, so that everyone has opportunity to speak. But you need to stop it before it loses momentum. So the discussion tracker in the center there is for students to note take, and they might write down things that they want to add to their answer, or maybe useful terms or vocabulary or even phrases. They might have ideas that support their answer, and they might have ideas that contrast with their answer. So in that important phase 2, they've already expanded on their first piece of writing. In phase 3, the learners are given time to think about everything that they've heard and read, and they're given time to rewrite and improve that answer using the knowledge collected in the group task. So what this does is gives them confidence in writing. It gives them confidence because they might have borrowed other people's ideas, but it's still about the practice of language learning and about, getting success. And success really matters, particularly in these days. We need them to feel great about what they're doing. So when it comes down to the take fives of this presentation anyway, I want you to think instead of rather than an add-on when it comes to changing your teaching. There's going to be a lot of things that really work well for you and some things that you try that don't. So feeling overwhelmed is really easy. Start small and start with one class or one lesson that you feel confident with in making a little change. Good planning takes time, okay? It takes time. Think really carefully about what you want your students to achieve. It does not mean that you need to fill the time with exercises and activities for every minute. Do you want them to be creative? Do you want them to use a strategy? Discuss, hypothesize. Online learning and blended learning need not have a product produced at the end of every teaching session. So be strategic. With decreased marking load, as some of you put in your comment box, put that time into planning. Get your instructions right. Get your questions right. There's always opportunities to improve. With the third one, quality over quantity. We've heard from a lot of wonderful people today, but learning does come from a combination of factors. It's teaching strategy, it's subject, it's the difficulty of task, it's student engagement, it's whether they've had a fight with their parents before they got to school. It's so many different factors. But quality teaching involves planning for a targeted outcome and being really, really clear on the instructions, the questions, the models and scaffolds, and giving really good feedback to your students that they find useful and can provide a platform for them to improve. So when we come to choosing our texts and choosing our questions, choosing your questions carefully is coming into number 2. We've got to plan for it. It can build up the learner engagement. It can absolutely make the lesson sing, or it can flatten it down. Short texts with interesting questions, and I mean things like advertisements, film trailers, TikTok clips. I've been watching the ones from the Olympics today. Hysterical, very funny. Social media and teacher networks can really, really help with sharing ideas and resources that work well in lessons. And if you haven't got one, why don't you start one? For example, you could get in contact today with everybody and share those resources of what works well. But choose your text and your questions carefully. And finally, my last point before we go to questions, back with Rebecca. There is no precedent for this style of teaching. There's no precedent for this style of learning. And it feels at times like we've all been pushed to our limits. The first wave of the pandemic, though, it did teach us several things. Firstly, it taught us that as teachers, we can embrace changes and challenges a whole lot better than any other profession. Well, some other professions, I should say. And it also taught us that families all over the world have a renewed appreciation for what teachers do. And in the face of crisis, teachers actually tend to innovate and be creative. So don't give up and don't give in. You love a challenge and you've got this. And with that, I'm going to come back to you, Rebecca, and let's have some questions, if there are any.
Thank you, Fleur, for all of these tips. And I actually have a question myself. We're not going to have a lot of time for other questions, but I'm sure people can get in touch with you. If you want to drop your email on the chat box later. But my question for you is, what tip would you leave us teachers to start approaching active learner? How do I start? Tomorrow or Monday, I'm going to start my classes again, second semester. How do I start approaching active learning?
Well, I'll answer your question in the very Socratic way and say, what do you find fun? It's really simple.
I like it.
What do you find fun? Because if you find it fun, then they'll find it fun. And that's how I do my classes. What I find fun, they end up enjoying, because I love talking about it and showing them and getting excited. So it's infectious, it's contagious. So what do you find fun?
That's so true, Fleur. Thank you. I shared yesterday my history with Cambridge Day. I started going in 2015, and I heard a talk by Herbert Puchta, and he said that the brain needs emotion to learn. So that's so true, right? If I have fun and if my students have fun, there's definitely going to be some learning going on.
That's right.
So, Fleur, we had a lot of interaction with the chat box already. A lot of positive comments for you. People loved you, said you look very friendly, that you were lovely. They liked your accent. They liked your voice. So people really loved you. You're a big hit in Brazil. So when you can, come pay us a visit here. And
I'm going to practice my three. I was going to say, I'm going to practice my 3 words that I know.
Oh, what are they?
Maun, paun, kaun.
Fantastic. Thank you, Fleur.
Boa noite.
Bye-bye. Boa noite. Whoops, back to me. All right. For the past 3 days, we've all been invited to donate to an important cause, to help people who are in need. In our Game Changer interview, we'll have a chat with Ação da Cidadania, and we'll leave the QR code. Oops, over there. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Somewhere. There we go, over here. The QR code on the screen so you can continue donating. If you haven't made your contribution yet, remember Cambridge Day is a social event. This is the time to do it. And for this segment, I'll switch from English to Portuguese, if you don't mind. E aqui, representando a Ação da Cidadania, está o coordenador de campanhas, Norton Tavares da Silva. Seja bem-vindo, Norton.
Oi, gente, boa noite. Desculpa aí que o meu inglês não é tão bom quanto o de vocês, né? Eu acho que estou até pensando em me matricular no curso também, aprender um pouquinho para, quem sabe, da próxima falar em inglês com todo mundo, né?
Que bom, Norton, não se preocupe, porque a sua causa é muito mais do que nobre e independente do inglês. Então, um prazer ter você aqui com a gente. Vou te fazer algumas perguntas aqui sobre a Ação da Cidadania, né? Acho legal as pessoas conhecerem o trabalho, para onde vai as doações, né? Para entender a importância da nossa contribuição, né? Então, como que surgiu a Ação da Cidadania?
Então, a ação ela surgiu em 93, né, na esteira dos protestos que tiraram o Collor da presidência, né? Surgiu nessa esteira do impeachment do Collor em 92, né? Quem é da minha idade aí deve se lembrar aí um pouco do que aconteceu em 92, né? A sociedade brasileira inteira se mobilizou para pedir o impeachment do Collor, né? De diversos setores da sociedade, estudantes, empresários, servidores públicos, né? Trabalhadores, foram para as ruas pedir o impeachment do presidente e conseguiu, né? Foi um movimento que teve sucesso e algumas lideranças sociais na época resolveram de alguma forma manter o engajamento dessas pessoas, né? Essas pessoas estavam muito animadas ainda por conta desse sucesso que eles tinham conseguido, e Betinho, entre outras lideranças, resolveram escolher uma nova causa para engajar essas pessoas que já estavam motivadas, né? E a causa escolhida foi a fome, né? Porque nenhuma pessoa pode ser contra acabar com a fome, né? Erradicar a fome no país é uma causa que abrange todos os setores da sociedade, independente de ideologia, né? Então foi assim que surgiu a Ação da Cidadania, né? Pegando essa mobilização das pessoas que já estavam ali nas ruas para combater esse mal terrível que é a fome, que infelizmente está voltando a assolar de forma muito, muito, muito grave o Brasil, né?
Verdade. Então aí nesses quase 30 anos, né? Quantas pessoas a Ação da Cidadania impacta anualmente?
Bom, a ação, no ano passado, por conta da pandemia, né, a gente realiza a campanha Natal Sem Fome, né, que é uma campanha de arrecadação de alimentos que acontece para doação no Natal. Mas o objetivo da Ação da Cidadania, né, não é distribuir comida, né, porque distribuir cesta básica no final do ano não mata a fome de ninguém, né? Essa campanha ela tem o objetivo de cobrar políticas públicas que atendam famílias em situação de insegurança alimentar, famílias que estão aí, essas famílias mais vulneráveis do Brasil, né? E a gente entende que a campanha ela foi muito bem sucedida. E a gente entendeu isso quando o Brasil saiu do mapa da fome da ONU em 2014, né? A gente teve aí uma gestão preocupada, uma gestão que estava, de fato, interessada em fazer alguma coisa para a erradicação da fome. Vieram políticas muito importantes, políticas que foram até replicadas em outros países, né? Recebeu prêmios como Bolsa Família, o Programa de Aquisição de Alimentos, o Programa de Cisternas. Então, assim, a gente teve uma avalanche de políticas públicas que fizeram com que o Brasil saísse do mapa da fome em 2014, né? Então, a Ação da Cidadania, por conta disso, parou de realizar a campanha Natal Sem Fome de forma nacionalmente, né? Alguns estados continuaram realizando isso de forma esporádica, mas a gente viu que não tinha mais necessidade da gente continuar cobrando políticas públicas, né? Só que, infelizmente, a situação do Brasil virou, né? A crises econômicas que estão acontecendo desde 2016 fizeram com que a gente voltasse ao mapa da fome, né? Estatisticamente, a gente já está aí de volta ao mapa da fome, então a gente teve que retomar as campanhas de distribuição de alimentos e retomar essa briga aí pela criação de políticas públicas que estão sendo destruídas, né? O Brasil hoje está vivendo assim uma catástrofe, né? Nossas políticas públicas de combate à fome, elas estão sendo esvaziadas. O primeiro ato do presidente Bolsonaro, como presidente, foi extinguir o CONSEA, né? Que é o Conselho Nacional de Segurança Alimentar e Nutricional, que é um órgão formado pela sociedade civil que teve participação fundamental aí para tirar o Brasil do mapa da fome em 2014, e esse órgão não existe mais, né? Então, retomando assim, essa campanha do Natal Sem Fome e o ano passado, que foi um ano onde estourou a pandemia, né, a gente conseguiu atender 4 milhões de brasileiros no ano passado, né? A gente arrecadou aí 10 mil toneladas de alimentos, itens de higiene e limpeza, água mineral, que foram distribuídos em todos os estados do Brasil, né? 10 mil toneladas. Ano passado, a gente fez campanha praticamente ao longo do ano inteiro, e ao longo desses quase 30 anos de história, a gente já impactou mais de 22 milhões de brasileiros, né? Distribuindo aí mais de 225 milhões de pratos de comida para pessoas em situação de insegurança alimentar.
Nossa, é muita gente, né, Norton? Que impacto isso, né? Eu queria saber de você, né? A gente está aqui nesse evento, as pessoas estão fazendo contribuições através do QR Code, né? Mas como que as pessoas podem auxiliar a Ação da Cidadania na prática, né? Então, acabou o evento, mas eu ainda quero continuar auxiliando, né? Como que as pessoas podem continuar auxiliando?
A gente tem, no nosso site, né, a gente tem a opção de doação recorrente, né, de você fazer uma pequena contribuição mensal para a Ação da Cidadania, né? Essa doação ela vai ser revertida para a compra de cestas básicas, e essas cestas básicas são distribuídas para famílias de todos os estados, né, por uma rede de voluntários. A Ação da Cidadania ela é uma rede de voluntários, pessoas espalhadas aí no Brasil inteiro, E a gente está chegando assim em lugares inimagináveis, sabe? A gente vê cestas básicas atravessando, pegando barco no Amazonas, 5 dias de barco para chegar em comunidades indígenas. A gente está aí chegando no Xingu, comunidades quilombolas no Nordeste, né? Comunidades urbanas. A gente está atendendo aí populações vulneráveis dos mais variados origens, né? LGBTIs, refugiados, né? Então é uma rede de voluntários que faz essas cestas chegarem em todos esses lugares. Só que a gente não faz só isso, né? Esses voluntários, eles também estão aí fazendo um trabalho de pressão política, né? Porque, como eu falei, distribuir cesta básica não vai matar a fome das pessoas, né? O que de fato acaba com a fome no Brasil é a política pública, né? Então a gente está com a nossa rede de voluntários fazendo formação, né? Dando formação para essas pessoas nesse setor de segurança alimentar e nutricional, e fazendo com que essas pessoas cobrem dos políticos que eles realizem as políticas necessárias para a erradicação da fome, né? Porque essa é a única coisa que é capaz mesmo de dar uma solução, né? Distribuir cesta básica. A cesta básica é uma ferramenta que a gente utiliza como uma ação emergencial e também como uma ação aí para dar visibilidade a esse problema que o Brasil está passando.
Ela é paliativa, né? Ela resolve ali rapidinho, mas não é uma coisa contínua, né?
É porque, como diria o Betinho, né, quem tem fome tem pressa, né? A gente precisa, de fato, de uma ação emergencial aí para atender essas pessoas, né? Mas o que a gente precisa mesmo é política pública, né? Então, esse é o principal trabalho da ação da cidadania, cobrar políticas públicas no setor.
E qual que é a importância da parceria entre a ação da cidadania e a Cambridge?
Nossa, assim, dar visibilidade a esse trabalho, né? Essa eu acho que é a principal, o nosso principal ganho, né? Dar visibilidade a essa causa, né? Eu poder estar aqui falando com tanta gente da importância da gente cobrar políticas públicas, falar que hoje no Brasil 19 milhões de pessoas estão passando fome. Uma pesquisa da Rede Pensana, que é uma rede de pesquisadores de segurança alimentar, realizada esse ano, levantou que metade dos lares brasileiros passaram por algum grau de insegurança alimentar no final do ano passado, né? Metade dos lares brasileiros tiveram algum grau de insegurança alimentar, né? E uma família uma família que não sabe o que vai comer amanhã ou semana que vem, ela já é considerada de insegurança alimentar, né? Quando existe dúvida do fornecimento de alimentos nos próximos dias, isso já é uma segurança alimentar, porque ela tem que acabar reduzindo ali a qualidade dos alimentos que ela consome para fazer durar mais tempo, né? Então, a importância é isso. Desse evento a gente estar aqui falando para essas pessoas, falando para todo mundo, espalhar essa notícia, falar que 19 milhões de brasileiros estão em situação de insegurança alimentar grave, né? Que é quando a barriga dói, quando não tem o que comer, quando a criança não tem o que comer dentro de casa, né? Então, vamos espalhar essa notícia, né? E mais do que isso, a gente precisa... a ação da cidadania, ela surgiu com o movimento para tirar um presidente do poder, né, que foi o Collor, né? Então a gente, de novo, né, a gente precisa mudar essa presidência, né? Não tem futuro possível para o Brasil enquanto o Bolsonaro for presidente, né? Hoje a gente acordou aí com a notícia da Cinemateca em chamas, né? Então assim, a Amazonas está em chamas, né? O Pantanal está em chamas, está tudo pegando fogo e a gente tem que espalhar essa notícia e pedir para as pessoas entrarem nessa causa. Acho que essa é a importância dessa participação desse evento tão importante, tão bacana.
Norton, muito obrigada pelo seu tempo e por você fazer parte dessa organização que tem feito a diferença na vida de milhões, milhares, né, milhares e milhões de pessoas no Brasil. E se você ainda não fez a sua doação, depois de ouvir todos esses dados que o Norton falou agora, né? Agora é o momento. E eu te agradeço, Norton, mais uma vez por estar aqui com a gente. Desejo muito sucesso aí para vocês e que a gente, de fato, consiga não somente contribuir neste momento, mas que a gente consiga também ter essas mudanças necessárias. Obrigada, viu?
Eu que agradeço, boa noite a todo mundo, e eu deixei um vídeo aí, não sei se tem como passar, para encerrar
tá bom,
minha participação com o vídeo. Gente, obrigado, boa noite a todos.
Perfeito, obrigada, Norton.
Tchau, tchau.
Há 28 anos, a Ação da Cidadania luta contra o tempo. Luta para fazer um Brasil sem fome, um Brasil de esperança para milhões de brasileiros. Porque acreditamos que de um pequeno gesto sempre nasce um amanhã melhor. Doe para o Brasil sem fome.
Switching back to English, going back to the education show, in our last session of the event, here to answer the question, what does the future hold for online teaching and learning, is Hayo Reinders.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Rebecca, for the introduction, and thank you, everybody, for tuning in. As Rebecca said, my name is Hayo, and I'm actually talking to you today from New Zealand. And you may have noticed my cup of coffee in my hand, and that is because it is early in the morning here on Saturday, so I'm still trying to wake up. So excuse my coffee, but I really need this, and I know people in Brazil like their coffee as well, so you will understand, I'm sure. I was reading the news this morning, and I saw some pictures of Brazil that look a lot like the mountains in New Zealand. You've got some snow going on, which is pretty amazing. The pictures looked absolutely incredible. Anyway, I hope that you're staying warm, and I'll try to keep at least your brain active and create some energy for you during this presentation, which, as Rebecca said, is going to focus on essentially one seemingly simple question, and that is, what have we learned about especially online and blended and hybrid learning that works? You know, we've had a lot of experiences in the last 18 months. And of course, before that, we have, 2 decades of research and studies and teachers' experiences in working with online and blended learning. And I guess it's as good a time as any to try and kind of pull all of that together and say, well, what have we learned? What is it that we would say is some of the best practice that is available to us at this stage? So that's what I'm going to try to do in this presentation. Now, couple of practical points before I jump into that. One, I've created for you a digital handout where I've included some more information about some of the topics that we're going to be touching on. So if you want to follow up on some of the things that I will mention, you can do that later. Also, I have put for you online the PowerPoint presentation as a PDF, and I will give you the link on the last slide. So if there's anything you want to go over again, you will be able to do so. Now, this question here, what works, is of course one of the most important ones we can ask ourselves. And the reason why I start off with that question is because we have all experienced a lot of change, right? But not a lot of that change has necessarily been innovation, right? Innovation involves change, but not every change is an innovation. So before we go in to look to see, well, what have been some of the innovative developments that we have observed, let's have a look at what an innovation actually is. And I'm using a well-known definition here. And the key point that it makes is that, first of all, an innovation is an informed change. It's not just something that teachers or schools or parents do as a knee-jerk reaction to some problem or a crisis, but it's something that we think about, that we reflect on, and we come to a collaborative, informed decision in terms of our change. The second is that it's not just any change, changing the color of the walls of the classroom. Yeah, sure, is a change, but it's not an innovation, because a true innovation is a change in the underlying philosophy of language learning and teaching. So something changes about the way that we recognize that learning and teaching take place, or can take place, or could take place if we use the tools and ideas that are available to us. Now, why do I start with that? Because the majority of the language teaching that we've observed in the last 18 months, and actually also in a lot of the online teaching that took place before that, has essentially been a sort of a copying and pasting of, in some ways, quite traditional methods of learning and teaching, which in the literature are referred to as formal learning. And let's be clear, formal learning has some major benefits. It's important. And it certainly has a number of major advantages for schools and organizations, because it's relatively easy to plan for. You know which students are going to be coming to you and when and where they will be. And you can plan the curriculum accordingly quite easily. But it's only one of very, very many types of learning. And I think most of us have experienced that in the last couple of years. And so the notion of learners engaging in learning spaces, rather than thinking of learning as taking place in a classroom or in an online virtual classroom, we're thinking of learning as happening across a very wide range of different types of environments. Now, this notion of a learning space came out of the research on learner autonomy, which is an area that is very, very close to my heart. Because in learner autonomy, we're thinking of the learner first and foremost. We're starting from the idea of helping the learner to develop their ability to manage their own learning. Well, that requires understanding who they are, where they learn, and what they have access to. And that's where this concept of learning spaces has come in. Now, as you can see here on this image that I made, there's a lot of different types of learning spaces. I'm going to highlight a couple for you. The one that we're all most familiar with now is remote learning, right? Now, remote learning really is only different from traditional formal learning in that the location has changed from a physical environment to some sort of a virtual environment. But everything else sort of roughly stays the same in most cases, in the sense that the learning is pre-planned, it's led by a teacher, it happens usually at a fixed time, and mostly the teacher is the one to make most of the decisions around that. But there's a lot of different other types of learning that are available to our learners. Flexible learning, for example, is one where the learners are able to access opportunities for learning at a time when it is relevant to them. And in some cases, because of the pandemic, teachers have had to kind of make resources and learning opportunities available a lot more flexibly than before. And that's been quite challenging. But it's a very powerful form of learning. If you think, for example, of self-access learning, it's very, very powerful notion for learners to be able to recognize that they have a learning need, and then to be able to go and access resources and help and meet with other learners in an environment like that. So it's one way to expand our repertoire, so to speak. I want to give you a couple more quick examples just to give you a sense of how many of these spaces there are and how important they are. And this is one that perhaps is not so familiar to you. It's the notion of performance support. So what is that? Well, you can see in the image, you can see a guy standing by the roadside digging up a hole in the road, and there's somebody standing next to him with a laptop, and it looks like they're talking to each other. Well, performance support is when you are engaged in a particular task, maybe in your workplace, and you run into a problem. You can't solve the issue. And so you go and you talk to a colleague, you observe how other people do things. Maybe you go and watch a YouTube video, or, you figure it out at the time that you need to perform, that you need to carry out the task, and you find the support. Actually, this is one of the most common forms of learning for adults, but it's not something that we offer a lot in most language classrooms. And the last one I want to briefly mention, I'll give you an example later, is one that I'm particularly interested in myself, and it's game-based learning. You know, as kids, we learn primarily initially through play, you know, by having fun and by making mistakes. And as we get older, that becomes less and less and less common. And I think it's one of the reasons why so many people are interested in games and digital games, and why we've seen some really exciting and interesting, innovative ways of bringing that into the learning environment, recognizing that learners actually very frequently, encounter these types and use these types of spaces in digital games, and figuring out how we can make use of that. So as I said, there's a lot more of them that I won't go over here. As I also said earlier, the presentation and a lot of the background material are available to you to have a look at later if you want to peruse it again. But the key point to make here is that these types of learning are actually the most common forms of learning, especially as learners get a little bit older. So for adult learners, say those who are no longer in compulsory schooling, about 70 to 80%, it is estimated, of their learning takes place outside the classroom. And I guess the big underlying question is, what are we doing to prepare learners for that type of learning? And what are we trying to do to support them as they engage in these types of environments? And what is really interesting as well, if you think about it, it's not just learners who are adults and are no longer in school who are engaging in a lot of learning in their own time, in their own ways, in their own learning spaces. But as this graph here behind me shows, even learners who are in school 5 days a week are only actually spending a relatively small percentage of their time in a formal environment. So how can we make connections with everything else that is going on in their lives, and how can we build on that? And before I give you some examples, I just briefly want to point out, and again, these references are all on the handout that I will give you, is that this is a field that is actually very well established. This is not, from the last 18 months. This recognition of all these different spaces and how they can contribute to learning have been very well investigated. We've got theories and decades of studies on things like experiential learning, personalized learning, ubiquitous learning, meaning learning that can take place anywhere, anytime, and of course learner and teacher autonomy, which is an area that I've worked in myself. So very, very rich research history behind all of this. Now, in terms of what works and what are some of the lessons that we can take away from our experiences, I think one insight, which I think most of us have recognized for a long time, is that we need to prepare learners for learning that continues after they leave our classes or our school. And in other words, we need to support lifelong learning. But the related notion is that we also need to prepare learners for learning across their lives, in the home, with their families, in sports, in whatever environment, in whatever space is relevant and important to them at that time, which of course changes as they engage in lifelong learning and move from school to university, or from university to the workplace, or from one workplace to another. So this is a very rich and powerful notion to consider. So I wanted to give you a quick example of one of these types of spaces and how they can be incorporated into language teaching. And as I mentioned earlier, digital games is an area that I'm interested in myself and that I've been working on for some time. And so one of the observations that a colleague and I made when we were working in Thailand, she's from Thailand, and I was working with her at the time, was that her students, first-year university students in engineering, were all very, very passionate game players. They all love playing online role-playing games. So we were talking about it and said, well, how can we get these learners to, if they're that excited about it, how can we tap into their motivation, their excitement? So we said to them, well, you know what? We're going to let you play your favorite game, which at the time was something called Ragnarok. It's a few years ago. It's an online role-playing game with fairies and magicians and, trolls and what have you. And we said, you can play this game in class. And at first the students were like, really? Are you serious? You're going to let us play computer games in class? And we said, yes, but there's two rules here. One, you're going to play on the international server, not the Thai server, the international one. So of course, everything is suddenly in English. All the players that they meet online are using English, right? The second thing we said to them was, we want you to complete a number of quests. And in a game environment, a quest is like an adventure. You have to, go and find a treasure, and then you have to exchange information with other people to find the location of some other space or place that you need to find. In other words, we made sure that we had them interact in English as much as possible. And what we found at the time was pretty amazing, because these learners, many of them were very, very shy about speaking and using English, especially in a foreign language environment like Thailand. A lot of the learners had very little opportunity to ever practice English. And when we started out our study, we found that they had incredibly high levels of anxiety. They were reporting, complete lack of confidence, huge emotional barriers to speaking in English, feeling quite bad about themselves. And as we progressed with the semester and had them play these computer games, and they started to get experience with that, we noticed that they started to become a lot more confident. Their anxiety levels dropped significantly. And using a concept from the literature called willingness to communicate, we found that they were a lot more ready and willing to take some risk and engage in English language interaction. So it's just an example of a way in which we can connect with what our learners like, what they're passionate about, what they do in their own spaces as we go forward. Now, I've mentioned the word engaging learners, engagement, and I know that Fleur did earlier as well. And of course, what we really want is for learners to be fully present, to be in the learning moment and to really direct their efforts. And so what I want to do next is share some brief ideas about how we can recognize different types of engagement. And I guess the most common form that most of us think of when we hear the word engagement is behavioral engagement. So things like, are my learners participating? Do I see them actually participating in the class? Can I see that they're actively doing things with other learners? And also things like, how much time do they spend on this, this group activity or this discussion, for example? And yes, those are good indications of engagement, but they're only one type of engagement. You also want your learners to be cognitively engaged, not just doing busy work, but actually concentrating and exerting what is called sustained attention, like really putting in some hard work, some mental hard work, being alert, so to speak. It's not enough to observe, for example, an online classroom and count the number of people who are online or check to see whether they've completed some activities. It's about the how, right? A third kind of engagement is social engagement. And this, of course, in language learning, being a social activity, is incredibly important as well. Do the learners interact with others in their learning? Do they feel a sense of affiliation, a sense of being together in their activities? And that, of course, is an important task for us as teachers to try and encourage that type of atmosphere. And the final one is what is called affective engagement. Are the learners motivated? Do they have a sense of purpose and a sense of involvement in what's going on in the classroom? Now, these all require us to kind of recognize different types of behaviors and different types of activities that learners engage in the classroom. And we can encourage each and all of these in different ways using different types of activities. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples now of ways in which that has been done that have been shown to be successful. And one of these is what is called back channeling. Now, a back channel is essentially just a communication channel. At the moment, we have two channels going. We have me talking to you, but we also have you talking to me in the chat room, which is quite far away from me, so I can't read the comments in detail at the moment. But also there's a communication channel between all of you. You could post a question and somebody else might answer it for the speaker, for example. So we have actually 3 communication channels. Now, a back channel is essentially a way of opening up multiple ways for students to communicate in the classroom beyond just the teacher talking to the students. And there are lots and lots of apps that allow you to do that. You know, you got Go Soapbox and YoTeach and Padlet, and to be honest, they change every few months and there's a new one, and they're all pretty good. I don't necessarily recommend one over the other. I suggest that you try whichever one is suitable for your learners and their age and their interests and so on. But the point is that they all offer tools to you and your learners to communicate in different ways. Now, what the research has very clearly shown is that this is a real boon to learners, because they're no longer necessarily having to, put up their hand, whether it's in a virtual classroom or a physical classroom, to say that they don't understand what you're saying, right? They can ask a question, in some cases, in some apps, even anonymously. And so they don't have to feel bad about not knowing the answer or looking stupid, as some say they feel when they want to ask a question. And also, you're opening up communication, not just vertically from teacher to learner or learner to teacher, but also horizontally between learners themselves. And it gives learners a bit of a sense that, hey, actually, you can sort out some of your questions and so on yourself, right? So used appropriately, a back channel can actually be a really powerful communication tool. Also for the teacher, because of course, a lot of what we do, what we type, what we say is recorded. And so afterwards I can look through the logs and see where learners indicated that they had some difficulty or had questions, so I can better prepare next time or follow up in some way to help them. Now, what these types of tools have in common is that they, essentially, the important point is that they give learners a voice, right? Learners, of course, love sharing what they care about, right? They love sharing their experiences. And all of us, all human beings, including our learners, want to be heard. And therefore, a tool like, for example, digital storytelling, just like a back channel, does just that. It gives learners an opportunity to have themselves heard. So digital storytelling like Storybirds, and again, there's lots and lots of other apps out there, it basically encourages learners to share their stories, not just using words, not just by writing, not just by typing up an essay about what they did on the weekend, but by including digital resources like cartoons, their favorite music, videos, maybe videos that they made themselves, anime, all sorts of things that they can include. And this is very powerful, especially with learners who are not quite so proficient and who might be a little bit a little bit inconfident about sharing their English writing, because they can use others' texts and videos and multimedia material to create their stories. Very powerful. Now, in terms of recognizing the different types of engagement that our learners show, tools like, and again, this is just one example, but ClassDojo and Kahoot and so on, one of the things that they let us do is recognize and also acknowledge to the students when they engage in certain types of behaviors that we want to encourage. Like I see learners in my class and I can see that, one of them is really trying to help out the others. And she's really, being a wonderful, positive member of the classroom, right? And so that's an example of social engagement. Now, it may not mean that she will get a higher score on the activity that we're doing, behavioral engagement, but I still want to, acknowledge that. So, in the case of Class Dojo, it's younger learners, so you give them a star or a sticker or some sort of badge or whatever. But there are other apps for all the learners as well. But the point is that you as a teacher acknowledge to the learner, hey, I see you, I see your contribution, and I recognize the different types of contributions that you make to our classroom. Another example which I like to share, because my daughter, who's 8 years old, uses this in school, is Seesaw. And this too is an app that gives learners a voice. And this one has a free component as well as a paid one. And it's essentially an electronic portfolio of the learner's work. And so during the day in class, they might, go to art class, and my daughter sends me a picture of what she's made during the day, and I get that picture while I'm at work. So suddenly there's a communication channel from the classroom to the community, in this case to her family, to the family space, and I can reply back. I could write a comment and say, hey, this is fantastic, great job. But also I know what she's been working on when she gets home, and we can talk about it over dinner. But it has another really important benefit. It shows the learner, actually, this is your portfolio. This is your suitcase with your experiences. This is your learning, right? We acknowledge, the school, the teacher, that your learning doesn't take place, in class 28. It takes place across your entire life. And the interesting notion here is that Eilina, our daughter, thinks of this portfolio as hers, not the teachers, not the schools. So when she goes from one year to the next, this stays with her, and it slowly builds the idea that actually, hey, hold on, I am responsible for my own learning. This is what I have done. It really builds a sense of pride in her learning. So how do we put this together? I mean, it's one thing to talk about different learning spaces and to try and figure out what makes our learners excited and what they do in their own time and in the different environments in their lives. But how do we help learners to make use of that? And that's the big question I want to address here. I like to think of my learners and all the learning that they engage in as taking part within a learning ecology, eco-life, it's their whole organism that makes up their learning. And it essentially includes two parts. You have obviously the part that takes place in the classroom that you can observe directly and that you have direct control over. And then there is the part that takes place in other spaces, let's call it beyond the classroom. And then there is the space in between those two. Now, simply asking learners to go out and learn beyond the classroom without any guidance, without any preparation, without any introduction, doesn't work. That has been known for a long time, and it's especially been clear throughout the pandemic when a lot of the materials were moved online. And as Fleur said, parents were suddenly somehow expected to become teachers and help learners to carry out homework and so on. All of us need to actively work towards preparing our learners for being able to move between these different spaces. And so rather than doing it in one go, I think of it as happening in 4 stages. Firstly, we simply encourage learners, we raise their awareness of the possibilities of learning outside the classroom. If your learners like watching, particular movies or TV show, just tell them, hey, you can turn on the subtitles, or you can play with turning them on and turning them off. Or if they like listening to music, you can say, well, here's a website, with lyrics for all the popular songs. Maybe you can, listen to read the lyrics while you're listening to your favorite songs. That's it, just showing them that actually there's learning opportunities available outside of the classroom and that they may want to consider them. Now, at some point, you might think of an activity that you could help your learners to carry out in class. So we're at the stage of preparing learners for eventually going beyond the classroom. Let's say that you're, teaching conversation skills, and you're keen to have your learners develop the ability to have a conversation with a native speaker, for example, right? And so in the classroom, you might prepare by practicing communication strategies. You might practice using dialogues, but all with the aim of eventually transferring that to outside the classroom. At this stage, it's safe for the learners. They don't need to worry. We're just doing it in class. You'll be there giving feedback and taking care of them and making sure that everybody understands what to do. But at some point, they will have practiced how to strike up a conversation, for example, and how to use different strategies. Well, then it might be time to give them a structured activity where they actually have to go out and find someone either online or face-to-face to talk to, right? But you give them clear instructions as to how and where and how long the conversation needs to be. Maybe you give them some example language, some expressions that they can use, like a template or what have you. And they go out and they do that, and you monitor how that went, and you give them feedback. Up to the point where they start to develop the confidence as well as the skill to be able to engage in this type of activity by themselves. In which case, we're moving on to tasks that involve them in deciding what to do outside the classroom, which of the spaces available to them they want to use, whether it's the informal learning spaces, whether it's digital games or peer learning or any of the other spaces we saw earlier. But the point is to do all of this in a way that builds up over time, yeah? Because learners don't know naturally how to learn most efficiently and effectively by themselves. They need us to be there for them and guide them as we go along. I'm sharing with you here a little framework, which is also on the handout I'll give you later, so I'll briefly touch on it. But it's as I said, learners need the skills to be able to learn by themselves. And actually, if you think about what that entails, what that requires, it's a whole range of different skills that learners need to develop over time. It's not one thing, right? Learning by yourself is actually a whole wide range of different elements that a learner needs to be familiar with. Now, the good thing that each one of these can be taught. We can actually help our learners to develop the skills that together make up learning by yourself or self-directed learning. As I said, I'm not going to go through the entire framework, but if you start at 9 o'clock all the way on the other side there, it involves things like learners learning how to figure out what they need to learn by themselves. Because at some point, they're no longer going to have you as their teacher, or they're going to be in a workplace and they're going to get a different job and their situations change. So they need to know what kinds of language skills they need, what their level is, what their interests are, and so on. They need to learn how to set meaningful learning goals, relevant goals, SMART goals, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time-bound goals that can be achieved by them. And again, that's a skill that we can help our learners develop. Knowing how to find the right resources, selecting resources, and knowing what strategies to use are other examples of ways in which we can actually show our learners how to be successful self-directed learners. Especially the selecting resources one is a good example. We have so many materials potentially available online, right? But how many of them are actually suitable for independent language learning? And how do learners know what does and doesn't help them in their learning if we don't show them how to do that? So the point is to think of ways of preparing learners for their future learning, as well as their learning across their lives, and ways of supporting them to develop the confidence and the skills to do that. And it involves asking questions, among yourself and your colleagues in your specific school, in your specific context. What types of spaces do our learners actually occupy? What do they care about? What are they excited about? And how can we encourage them and prepare them and support them to make use of those spaces, right? And in what ways could we get them to bring their experiences from outside the classroom into the classroom, so that they feel that the things they do in their personal lives, across their lives, are things that are important to you, to the school, that what is important to them is valued in their educational experience. And to put it all together, in summary, the aim is to try and bring together the experiences that they have across their lives and their learning, not to have them as two separate things, like I go to school and then my learning stops and then I go home. No, these two are connected, because what I think about, what I care about in the home is what my teacher wants to hear about. And I can, work with that and learn from that across my life. So these are very powerful notions. And I've found from my own experience that whatever you do, whether it's experimenting with digital games, or if that's not something that you're interested in, whether it's back channeling, or whether it's just asking learners to bring, to talk about their experiences in class, learners appreciate that. They recognize that you value what they can bring. And in that sense, almost whatever you do in this space will have a possible and very strong positive influence. I think, Rebecca, we have a few minutes for questions, so I'll let you guide that. But before we do, I just wanted to give you the link that I mentioned to the handout, as well as my contact details. You're very welcome to email me or use any of the other apps. The presentation, the PowerPoint, is available directly on my website. You just go to innovationandteaching.org. That's my website, and you'll find lots of articles there on a lot of the topics we've talked about, a lot of practical examples of digital games and mobile learning and so on and so forth. And if you want to go straight to the handout for this presentation and the PowerPoint, just add the /cup.php, and that will take you right there. So I'll stop here. Rebecca, if we have time for questions, we can take them. I can't hear you, Rebecca. I don't have sound from you. That might be something on my end.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Now it's coming through.
Okay. A bit of technical glitches here, but nice to see you again. We were together in the Digital Day panel last year.
Yes.
And it's really nice to see you. And thank you so much for this spectacular presentation. You've got a lot of comments in the chat box, people asking what kind of technological tools you used to create this presentation, because everybody is amazed by the beauty and the dynamics of your presentation.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, I like to say that I rent out the local theater, but that's not actually true.
We do have some questions for you. Let's see if we can get them on the screen. Do we have a question? Yes? Okay. Well, I actually have a question for you.
All right.
Hayo, with all of your experience, what would you leave us a message? We are celebrating 20 years of the event, and you're talking about the future of teaching. What would you leave as a message for us teachers to prepare us for the future?
Yeah, that's a very nice one. You know, I was at a conference presentation last year or the year before where Richard Ryan. I don't know if you know him, but he's one of the most famous authors in motivation, in general education, right? The Ryan and Deci, study that everybody cites. Anyway, he was the keynote speaker there. And at some point in the Q&A, I don't know how we got there, but he said, look, actually, if you really ask me, the one question that I would ask learners to see if they're going to be successful is what they say when they are asked, does your teacher care about you? If the learners in that school or in that class or whatever say, yeah, definitely, my teacher really cares about me, that's probably the best predictor of their future educational success, not just in language learning, but across the board. And I thought that was such a powerful notion, because it's not, I like my teacher. That also was important, but no, it's actually my teacher cares about me. And that, of course, has two components. It's that you actually have to care about your learners, which I think most of us do, otherwise we wouldn't be here, but also that your learners know that they see that they recognize that, right? Which is why some of the tools and apps and ideas that I shared earlier are about actively looking for ways to give your learners a voice, whether it's through digital storytelling or back-channeling. It's saying, hey, I want to hear from you as an individual. And if learners sense that, if they feel that, then it's going to have a very big impact.
What a powerful message. We have a question by Asia Basi. Do you think gamification will replace traditional teaching eventually?
No, I don't think so. I think it will always remain as a complement. And gamification, of course, is a tricky term because, are we talking about using games, or are we talking about gamified learning? So, using quizzes and using leaderboards and so on in the classroom, which doesn't have to involve actual games. So we got to be a little bit careful about what we mean by that. But if you mean the idea of introducing an element of friendly competition, an element of play, I think that is a very, very powerful notion for a lot of learners, not just young learners. And by introducing that into the classroom, I think we can certainly make the classroom a more vibrant place. But of course, there's always a need for times to just concentrate and be focused, and because hey, language learning is a very tough job, isn't it? It's not always about finding fun or game-like activities. It's about the combination.
Excellent. And we have one more question by Breno Giglio. Do you believe in 100% interactive and game classes, or do we still need the blackboard?
Oh, I like a good old blackboard. I like the feeling of chalk on my fingers and white stripes on my forehead when I get home. The technology really is the least important of all the things we've talked about. Each one of the things we talked about, even though all of them included some type of technology, is really about ways of linking the classroom with the spaces beyond the classroom. And if you can do that using, a book or pen and paper or a blackboard, great. That's all that matters. It's just that in some cases, in some ways, some of the technologies available to us as teachers allow us to do things that would be difficult, or in some cases even impossible, without them, as we've seen over the last 18 months. If we hadn't had, Zoom or what have you, which we all hate, but without it, we wouldn't have been able to support our learners at all. So again, it doesn't matter what technology or tools you use. It's about what you try to achieve with them pedagogically.
Fantastic. The pedagogical intention, right?
That's right.
Of
That's
using
right.
tools. Hayo, thank you so much for being with us. It's been a pleasure hearing you and chatting a bit with you. And have a wonderful Saturday there.
Thank you. You guys have a wonderful weekend. Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you. I can't believe 3 days have gone by already. So many fantastic talks and insights to boost our new semester. I'd like to invite João Madureira to close off our Cambridge Day experience as he normally does in our in-person events. João, are you there?
I guess I am, and I found a corner where the reception is good, so I think I have a good connection. Can you all see and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you very
João,
much,
for being-
Rebecca. Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for
You've done a
being with me
wonderful
here
job.
again. Have
No,
I?
absolutely. Oh, yes, yes. I've been reading the comments and I've been, watching the days and the sessions and your, ins and outs. So great. I mean, you truly deserve a talk show. We'll talk about that later. But thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much for being our MC, being our leader during these 3 days. We believe we had, as you said, a fantastic set of speakers and talks. And I think that there was a bit of everything for everyone. And I think this is one of the purpose of our Cambridge Days, is to offer a wealth of ideas and experiences, so people can actually take whatever they feel is relevant and important for them. So I hope everyone enjoyed these last 3 days and all of the sessions. Obviously, none of that could have happened without a lot of work, a lot of hard work. So I want to thank all of the Cambridge team, staff, my colleagues, everyone. As I said earlier when we opened the event, the event is only possible because we work hard month after month, day after day, keeping the relationships going, keeping our database ready, keeping the eyes and ears open to what the market needs. And so thank you everyone in the marketing, promotion, sales, consultants, operations, finance, everyone that underpins the Cambridge operation in Brazil. We're about 50 people here, and I thank each and every one of you. The marketing team, of course, has this responsibility to put it and bring it all together. So special thanks to them, to Leonardo and his team, to the people from Bella Baderna, a round of applause. Bella Baderna is the agency that makes all of the technology, all of the possible links and organize digitally the event.
They are amazing. They made me feel right at home.
Absolutely. And again, thank you, Rebecca, for taking this challenging job and leaving, family and friends back in Campinas to spend these 3 days here in São Paulo with us. It was cold in Campinas as well, so don't complain about the cold weather in São Paulo. So you didn't miss anything coming to São Paulo these 3 days. We also need
what
to
about
thank...
Sorry, continue. Go ahead. No, I was going to say did we hit the mark on the donations?
Yes, I'm going to say a couple of words about that. Before, I want to thank our partners and supporters for this event. Gisal, special thanks to Lyrica and Jaime. A Página from Curitiba, special thanks to Adriana, Cosmos and Murilo. SBS São Paulo, Ronaldo and Rafael, always helping us as well. Martins Fontes Paulista, Fran, very helpful. As always. In Rio, SBS Rio, Luciana Campos, Ace and Del Books, and from Itabuna, Salvador, our friends Paulo, Carol, and Cláudia, and ACF, actually, ACF in Ribeirão Preto, our friend Fernando. All of them supported the events and helped us to make this possible to everyone that attended. In fact, I want to thank the audience. We have had over 6,000 registration over these 3 days, over 10,000 views. So it's quite a comprehensive views. And thanks to that, thanks to the participation, we have I think we are now hitting nearly 10,000 reais of donations to Ação Cidadania, which, as you know, will be translated in 10,000 meals, supporting, the families that are receiving these donations, as we were told a moment ago. So that's all been very, very rewarding for us as an experience, because we were able once again, despite the situation, despite the impossible situation to produce a face-to-face event, we were able to deliver the Cambridge Day pretty much close to the original concept, which is to share experiences, provide an opportunity for network and receive some good ideas. So thank you everyone that participated, and celebrating 20 years and hoping that next year we'll be able to celebrate it again on a face-to-face model, but also bringing the streaming and the online possibility for teachers and coordinators that can't attend personally. So thank you very much for everyone.
Fantastic. And speaking of celebration, shouldn't we have a party, João? I think we should have a party.
It was about time to someone to mention that, you know. I think we need
let's
to
get the Cambridge team out here. Let's get the Cambridge team out here. Hello,
hello, Johnny, Alex, Luis, Anna. These are only a few. Who else is there? Oh, we need more. We need more people.
Well, João, now we have people, but we can't have a party without a cake. Do we have a cake? Do we have a cake?
A moment, please.
Oh,
we're going to have a virtual cake?
Do we have a cake?
Yes, Rebecca.
Oh my, we have a cake. Where's the cake? Woohoo! Brought to our
Great. Oh, there's Leonardo. Hey, Leo, thank you very much.
Well, now we have people and we have a cake. So why don't we all sing happy birthday to celebrate 20 years of Cambridge Day, while I'll slice this cake and share it with all of you. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy
Yeah, oh my gosh. Great. Well, who's going to get the first slice?
The first slice is going to the creator of Cambridge Day, Mr. João Madureira. Here you go.
Oh my gosh! Thank you. I couldn't. I know.
Wow. Enjoy it.
Wow. Thank you.
So I'm just gonna cut up a slice for myself. And
the wonders of technology. I never expected to get a cake over the net. Amazing technology.
Fantastic.
And it does taste like real cake.
It does. Fantastic. Thank you so much, João. Thank you, Cambridge team, for being here. And now I'll wrap up the event for us to finish off. Thank you so much for being here.
See you all next year.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, this has been one, if not the biggest, honor of my life to host this event for the past 3 days. To be able to represent teachers all over Brazil and countries around the world at an event that has changed my life in more ways than one is a true gift. Thank you, Cambridge Brazil, for the opportunity and for trusting me with this important role. And thank you, teacher, school leader, for watching and being a part of this experience with me. It's been a wonderful journey. So this is a wrap for Cambridge Day 2021. And you'll be able to download your certificate through the QR code that will be on screen as soon as the event ends. Have a great evening, and until next year.